on then.
Come on then.
Good evening. Welcome to Transfer Deadline Day special. We are joined by four of the best presenters I could muster up for tonight's show. We have the one and only Omar.
Good evening. Good evening, chat. Good evening, Mickey. Good evening, boys. Sat then. We're all signing players. We're having a beer to celebrate. Come on.
That's it. We are joined by short aficionado Stephen.
Evening, chaps. I've got a feeling this one could be lively, to say the least.
Yep. And the one and only Jay, who looks like he's decided to be on the ganja all day and just now he's just chilling in the sun.
Oh, mate, I'm happy, bro.
Just for the benefit of his employer, I was joking.
yeah, don't say that, especially with my employer. No,
otherwise he's having 16 piss tests tomorrow.
water, not Omar's level, but water. But no, look, excited, boys. There's going to be no negativity tonight. This is it's sort of 100 mile an hour, isn't it? So this is good. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Evening, chat.
Good evening. Right, quickly we get through the good evenings. Bobby fucking voicemails and everything he's been sending me. So-and-so's going, this is going. Yep. Good evening, Carl. Good evening, Mark. Good evening, Peter. Danbridge, good evening. Connor, good evening. Peter, give me your question. Chris, Andrew, Daniel, everyone else, and Sarah. Good evening, Sarah. That's a new name.
Good evening, Sarah.
And TA. Good evening, TA. Right. The way it's going to work, we are here for 3 hours. We are going to be talking pretty much absolute bollocks, probably. We have got some quiz questions. We have got some giveaways. We have got our sources around and tapping us up. We have other fans, so there'll be transfer deadline stuff day. We'll possibly get Alex Grace coming in with updates, possibly, maybe not, or if not, it'll be Texas. Probably Texas because I haven't sent them a link, but if you're watching, hello. And that's it, really. So we're going to... Stephen, is he in a nativity play? Oh, because it looks a bit like a stable behind you, doesn't it? Yeah, like a stable set. That's why, but... Yeah. Oh, that's your dad. No, it's not your dad, is it? No.
What are we doing? Can we just... Let's get on with it. Roll the intro, Mickey.
Roll the intro.
Yeah.
I don't even think that's got anything to do with me, is it?
I've got no idea.
Anyway,
no, the last comment.
We got some news. Go on.
The last comment was that Harris will be gone by Christmas, and that's why.
No, we're not having that tonight.
No. The next thing was why is he in a nativity play?
Oh, I got you now. Enough. Right, okay, that makes sense. Right, ladies and gents, we're going to give you some Fleming information right after this. So hold tight, press like, and we'll see you in about 45 seconds. Good evening, welcome back. Sorry, I've caught you all. Omar's obviously more important things to do.
I'm tweeting the show out, you pricks. I have that.
Nice. Just because you've had a skin fade, mate, don't mean you can fucking talk like a top boy. Do you know what I mean? Fucking, do you get me, fam? Do you get me? Right, let's start with the way we need to go on then. There has been a post from Turfcast, which is a Burnley podcast, and they seem to have tracked a helicopter landing close to their grounds, pretty much on their grounds by the looks of it, or their training grounds, very close. And their question is it Fleming? So I suppose the question is, if Fleming is in that helicopter, are you okay with him being sold to Burnley? Or, you know, whatever the deal is, I'd say I'm going to go with sold. because I'm going to go with sold. Fuck it. Given, don't know, maybe won on a lottery. I don't know, on a meat raffle. But yeah, let us know what your feelings are if Flemming is about to leave the building. Chris, so we turned down a loan bid from Burnley. Well done. That sort of counteracts what we just said. So yeah, thanks for that.
I think if we speculate, Mickey, because Morgan Whittaker's been linked with a loan to buy. If Burnley are going through that route, they might be doing a similar thing here with Flemming. If we were to speculate, maybe a loan to obligation to buy or something. I mean, I found that. Here you go. There's the tweet for you. Look at this on the cuff. Here it is on the screen.
There you go. You see?
There you go. So Burnley Turfcasters speculate. I don't know how frequently helicopters fly from London to Burnley, but there you have it. They reckon that it could be Flemming on that. I mean, I doubt it's Whittaker. If it's from Plymouth, potentially that would have been a thing. We're working to this. We're speculating on the go. Obviously, Richard Cowley did also do a tweet about 7 o'clock, and I think he said not just yet about reaching evaluation. Which, if you read between what Richard Cowley always says, he's quite careful with his words. He says we've rejected a couple of bids, but it's not met evaluation just yet. So, look, I mean, these things can move quickly. I don't know if it's happening. I'm not sure. If I had to guess and predict, we've signed a lot of players, and we're about to sign a Serbian fella supposedly for a club record fee. Do we fund it by letting Flemming go? I don't know how I feel about it. I mean, Stephen, what do you think? If the idea of losing Flemming in general, what's your thoughts? Is it likely? What's your gut feeling, mate?
Gut feeling is that he's going. I think the point about money, funding it, we've signed a lot of players. We've spent a lot of money for, or potentially going to spend a lot of money on the Serbian fellow. Obviously, keeper, we paid a fee. Aziz, we paid a fee. Langstaff, we paid a fee. Tanganga's wages would be quite high. So we have spent a lot of money for our club.
Not bad. Would I be Harris come out budget, wouldn't it?
Would I be sad to see him go? Yes, I think it would be a blow. I think everyone's kind of been looking forward to him coming back in the team and giving us a little bit of impetus, some maybe finishing off the chances that that some of our players haven't taken, should we say. But overall, we've clearly worked to a plan, and perhaps it was always going to be that Flemming was going to go to fund it. And if we're going to make the money that seemingly we think it's going to be, the fees, that if we've turned down the rumoured 5 million, it's obviously going to be more than that if it does happen. So we're going to recruit back a lot of the money that we spent. So then you say we haven't actually spent that much money because we've recouped it back. So it's been a good window.
Do you know what? It's really interesting as well, because I had a conversation with an agent this week and just about transfers and stuff. And I said, how can some of these clubs afford, 5 million, 4 million and all that? And he went, no club pays that. I said, what do you mean? He said, it's never like, thank you very much, we'll have your player and here's a check for all the money. He said, most deals are spread over anything from 2, 3, 4, 5 years, maybe longer. He said, it's all installments. It's all done, scratchy. He said, there's never really, unless he said, even the big prems, unless someone's got bundles of, cash desperately ready, burning a hole. He said, but most places just, there you go, you can have him and then you'll pay X amount per year, because it balances books better than just having one hit on your, for FFP, etc. So, it's sort of where Harry one has gone 2.1 million in transfer fees. It might be, but whether or not we've actually paid that yet or not is another thing. So
it's all also about the PSI angle, isn't it? So the profit sustainability, whatever the third part of our stands for, but it's about trying to balance the books and also moving it over a certain amount of time, which is why Chelsea had that loophole at first, didn't they, with the 8-year contract thing. Stephen, I'll come to you in a second. This is just what Richard Cowley has said about Flemming, and that's just before 7 o'clock. Burnley have made more bids for Zian Flemming, but none of them at the acceptable level up until this point. I think that's the key term there for me, up until this point. Just my speculation. Yeah.
And that was 7 o'clock.
Mill is strong position in that they are not under any pressure to sell their number 10. On,
that's the point for me. When we don't have to sell him, we know he's got the year +1, so it's not like the situation with Jed with coming into the last year of his deal. If we're going to let him go, I firmly believe we will get the best price we can. They've held out and held out and held out. And then they'll accept, if they accept, they'll accept a reasonable fee. And at that point there from Dean Taylor back because Middlesbrough couldn't pay the full price. We writ off the last part of it, didn't we? We just said, right, don't give us any more money and we'll have him back. Very similar. That happens in a lot of transfers. It'd be the same as the Serb. If that gets over the line, we ain't paying 3 million euros up front. We'll be paying X amount up front and then an instalment here and an instalment there. So that's just how it works. But I believe that we'll get a good fee for Flemming, and it will be the start of the whole buying cheap, selling for profit, and that's how the wheel. It's slowly, but that's how the wheel will start to turn.
I think this window is. I think compared to a lot of the other shows out there, you've had one what's basically called SA shit. You've had one what's basically said, he'll be playing for Bromley in a year, which was quite comical. You've had others come out, moaning about the window and all this lot. And I mean, to be fair, we've had some strong opinions on our shows the last few weeks, but we've stayed firm and we've look, trust the process, see what's what, and it's proven. We knew there weren't an issue with budget because things what were being talked about with other people we've known has shown that there wasn't an issue. I don't know. The trouble is now, what I think now is that it's now on Harris. It's literally, there's your team, fella. Off you go. Do you know what I mean? And that's it. But we will come to that because we've had opinions on it all day long. So, we've had our thingies about it and with Flemming. But, if Flemming needs to leave, are you upset? Especially if we get a good fee. I've got no idea what the fee is, but say we get 10 million for him. Or, if we got 2 million for him, would you be pissed? If we got 10 million for him, would you be good? I mean, there was a poll out on our Twitter this morning, which went from a couple of different options. I think it went from 500,000 to 2 million and then 2 million to 4 million and 4 million to 6 million or whatever. And see where you go from there.
I think I'm just going to get up for you right in a second, actually, that's poll, because it was interesting to see the results in that. I think a lot of people agree. Here's the valuation anyway, what people said. So you done the poll, didn't you, Mickey, this morning? 5:56 in the morning, shat the beds by the looks of things. You said, what's the price you would be happy to sell Cian Flemming for? And comments in the chat as well, guys. If you had to speculate, if Flemming is going, what price would you accept for him? 500k to 2 million got 1.9%. 2 million to 4 million, 3%. 36% went with 4 million to 6 million, and then the majority, the lion's share, 55.3% went 6 million to 10 million. So if we were to speculate on the transfer fee, if you go by the laws of average and people guessing and predicting, a lot of people are thinking it should be somewhere in the 6 to 10 million region. I probably agree with that, to be honest. I mean, Jay, what would you say is a fair valuation for Cian Flemming in today's current market, mate?
I'd probably say that, and the 6 to 10, and you've got to look at the circumstances surrounding it as to why this probably makes sense, because you've got the emergence of SA, who's come on really strong, looks really good, looks a ready-made replacement in that number 10. We've brought in wingers, or allegedly we're going to bring in another winger that will support that to move SA into a 10. I don't believe we're going to play a system that's going to suit Flemming. I think we want to go 4-4-2 or a variation of that. And the money that we have spent, with financial fair play and things, I know that, the deal that Flemming may go for will be in installments, but then we're probably paying in installments as well. This is the start to become a self-sufficient club, a modern style football club. And, it's a bittersweet deal because Cian Flemming, he averages over 10 goals a season and 4 assists. It's going to be a big loss, a real big loss for us. But we need to look at the bigger picture. We're going youthful, we're going prospectual, and this is the start of it. And I wish him well because he's been a great performer for us. But I just hope that
really though.
Of course he fucking has.
He has. Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, he 11 averages. It was 11 goals and 4 assists he averages in a season. That's fantastic numbers. And we've all been crying out for him to come back. Probably miss him. If he plays against Watford, we probably win the game. He probably buries a couple of the chances that Honeyman had in that position. We probably see the game out against Bristol City because his press in the number 10 is very good. He's very physical. He will cause a lot more problems for Bristol City. The attacking play that we've been playing with Duncan Watmore scoring goals. you stick Zian Fleming in the team with the creativity that we have been creating so far, we would, I think we'd be in a better position. It is a bittersweet deal, but one that the club run, Cooley said, we're not under any pressure to sell Zian Fleming, so the deal has to be right for us. And I believe that the club will get the right fee for us to balance the books, help with financial fair play, and maybe have a few quid left over to again in January reassess and go after a nice shiny centre back. Maybe you never know. So I think it's good all round for the club. It sets a precedent, and this is what we're to expect. Expect this in the future with SA. Expect this in the future with the likes of Dan Kelly. So this is what we need to expect now going forward with some of the better players at the club.
I'm really conflicted. Sorry, I'm really conflicted. Yeah, I love Fleming and the impact he's had the last couple of seasons. Even last season, when everyone's getting on his back, like he's not interested. I remember Sky doing the graphic when we played Coventry away, and it was like seeing Fleming first for chances created, first for shots.
He was still the best player at the club.
First for assists, and everyone was getting on his back around the February time. It was on the Joe Edwards still. We lost the game. It was when Mayo made his debut that day and stuff. And it was that stat came on. It was like bang, 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 bang. And it was like, he still was our best player. Do you know what I mean? And like, it's a hard one to say if we do lose him. I'll say that for sure. But I do agree with that comment from Frankie. But go on, Stephen. What was you going to say,
mate? The thing is, right, what was just said there about the stats, Fleming, 11 goals, 4 assists. It's really good. For numbers for us, considering that we've been crying out for someone in midfield to score some goals. They are good numbers for us. And I know we can't rely on this guy, but in the league so far, Remain SA is 1 in 3. Right? If you can get 1 in 3 out of him for the rest of the season, you've replaced Fleming. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but that's the sort of thing you got to look at. One person leaves, the next person steps in, and they've got to take on the kind of the torch of scoring goals from midfield. Maybe it'd be someone else. Maybe Duncan Watmore scoring goals from out wide can maybe continue his run of form. But it happens at every level. Unless you play for Man City or Real Madrid, your better players get sold, and then someone has to come in and fill in for them. And at the moment, SA's the ready-made, in my opinion, to at least have a fair crack and a few opportunities to play in Fleming's position.
I think the SA deal definitely would have elevated this. I think if we couldn't tie SA down, I don't think we let Fleming go. Personally,
yeah,
I think that played a massive part in it, without a doubt. And obviously, bringing in, if the Serb does sign, we brought in Coburn as well. We got Langstaff. I just don't see Zian fitting. You got to remember, like Omar said, the playing as we played last year, and it was surprising the stats he put up. He played under 4 different managers, like them all, but he was asked to play as a second striker, just as someone to press. He was put out wide at times on the left wing by Edwards when he came in. So he was used he was thrown about quite a lot. He didn't have as much stability as some of the others had in that squad. So I do think it's going to be a big loss. And like you just said, Stephen, if SA does 1 in 3, but if SA does 1 in 3 and we still have Zian Fleming, you're probably looking at 2 in 3, 3 in 3 for both combined. That's our goal source. We don't really have a goal source from the strikers at the moment. So I think we're going to be putting a lot on SA, a lot on Watmore, how he started. And we just got to hope that this big giant Serbian comes in and becomes what we hope the fee warrants.
We've got a fresh update from a Burnley source again, and I'm going to get it on the screen in 3 seconds. Just share it with you boys in our chat. The Burnley Way, wasn't it? I think it was on that one. I'm just on the screen now. So the Burnley Way reckon and can confirm it was seeing Fleming in the helicopter. He's at the club right now. No chance of Whittaker now, as we knew. So look, I'm not taking it as gospel, but there's no smoke that
the thing is, though, Omar, is that the Burnley Way, there was another Burnley post. It might not be the Burnley Way, so if you're watching
Turfcast did it first, yeah.
They put out about, Whittaker's about to sign, Nubil got he's expected to sign, and then the next tweet they put out was, he's not signing now. So we have to take these sources with a pinch of salt.
Oh, absolutely, because the Burnley Way, wasn't it the Burnley Way what fucking made me go viral, Omar?
I was waiting for that because last season Mickey allegedly said that a deal was done. I remember being on that show with you. Stephen, was you on that as well?
I was. Yeah,
I didn't actually say. I said allegedly.
No, you plead the 9, but the way you said it was so confident. And like, even though you could have said, I don't think it's going to happen. But the way you said it and delivered it, it was like you were so cocksure that it was happening. You was like, he's fucking signing. It's happening.
I said allegedly.
Yeah,
I said allegedly.
But the way you delivered it was so like, you know.
I don't care anyway because it brought in a lot of exposure to us and everything else. Yeah. So you know,
it ultimately, though, to wrap Fleming up, it's a bittersweet deal, isn't it? If anyone's really happy that Fleming's going, I'd call you a liar. I'd probably say that you don't watch him play that much because he is a fantastic player. He's been our best player since he's been at the club. He's clearly someone that has been invested. You see him on the socials. He seems like a happy-go-lucky guy, you know, always trying to get involved. Seems like a good guy to have around. He wants bigger and better things, but that's because he is a bigger and better thing. Let's be honest. We've got to understand our position as a club as well. So he deserves a good send-off, to be honest.
Jay, for me as well, mate, it's also his off-field leadership, but also on the field, I felt like at times. 100%. You saw the videos they used to do behind the scenes and stuff, you can see it. But we'll come back to Fleming in a bit because it's probably going to develop as we're on the show. But I guess we'll move on to an arrival today.
Yeah. Go on.
Duncan Watmore with his brother, innit?
We've signed a striker, boys, our long-term target. We've got him. So,
well, not for the long term, though.
Hang on, Joe. 1 minute. Take that off the screen a sec, Omar. One sec.
Go on, mate.
What the fuck have you been drinking today?
Why?
How have you ever been this efficient on any show we've ever done? Have you ever been my glamorous assistant?
Brewdogs. Mate, listen.
You know what I mean? Every time I mention a tweet, it's bang. Do you know what I mean? Corbett, bang. And I'm like,
mate, I'm
impressed.
Good.
I'm impressed.
Mate, listen, you don't really see the potential in me. I'm taking the leadership myself.
He's had a fresh skin fade, mate. He's got no hair around his ears. He's fucking the hair's for
anyway, just while we're on the subject, just quickly, Burnley Way or Turfcast, if you're watching, I'm happy to negotiate a transfer deal for Omar if you want, as long as you want to provide the helicopter, take him up north, then we can have a negotiation
as well.
I'll be tracking my own flight radar and all. Just start leaking it.
I want a final payment. So yeah.
One more time. Look, we got Coburn, we got him, and Jay, like you're saying, mate, only a loan deal by looks of it. I wonder if there's a recall clause in there. I mean, I worry about that. Like, you know, think about Chris Wood when he was on loan to us and stuff like. If he hits the ground running, this kid. We also spoke about multiple shows, mate. 4-4-2. Where does Fleming fit into it under Harris? He was less effective goals wise, stats wise. We've got a couple of strikers now, and we maybe got this Ivanovic coming in. A clear shift away from having that number 10, I suppose, and hopefully a chance for Harris to go 4-4-2, mate.
Yeah, no, I think you've got to give credit to Gallen on this one because this is something that we pursued for quite a while, allegedly. The fee that Borough wanted was a hell of a lot of money. You know, they're talking upwards of £4 or £5 million. And credit for Gallen for going in and negotiating a deal because that could work not only in Borough's favour, but it can work in our favour because if at the end of the loan deal we'll still want him, but he hasn't performed to a level that they want 4 or 5 million, we can then negotiate a lesser deal for him. You can knock that down by 50%, and we would have had him for the year anyway. So I think this is a really good deal. It's a chance for us to get up close with him. It's a chance for us to hopefully, if he does okay, not skyrocket the price for Borough and bring him back in. But look, it was a target, it was a needed position, and just credit that we didn't shy away from the fee that they was asking for, and we kept in touch and we kept at it because there was a few other teams that went in for Coburn as well. There was strong links with Preston, strong links with other clubs. So yeah, no, credit to Gallen for that one because Harris clearly wanted him. Harris spoke about him, and it appears that all of Harris's number one targets that were given to Gallen are in the building. So it's taken a long time, but you know.
Do you know what I find with Coburn? With Coburn is I was speaking to a Borough fan who's done us a video what we're putting out tomorrow. Is he was saying, you know, that they wanted silly money. They were like looking for 4 to 5 million for him as a buy, and the fact that we wanted him that badly that we obviously didn't think he was worth 4 to 5 million, but we still wanted him enough to go, well, why don't we take him on loan? It's better for everybody that way. Yeah. You know, he gets to develop. You want him to develop. You know, potentially he's going to be worth more. He might be worth less if he's shit. But it just shows really that would we have done this a year ago? If we'd have gone in for an offer, say we made a bid, I don't know, 2 million or whatever it was rumoured to be, and they went, nope, would we have then walked away?
I think so. I think you have to. I think for Coburn's point of view as well, I think this will give him massive confidence as well. He's obviously going to feel like we've really pursued him, that we really want him at the club. He's going to be happy about that. He'll want to hit the ground running. He'll want a point to prove the fact that he is only on loan. You notice that with some loan players, they sort of outperform a little bit, other than when they've got a big 3-year deal and they get their feet under the table for 5 million. They know they're not going anywhere. They know they're starting. So a loan is a chance for him to prove himself. He's a young kid. He gives us that physical presence. He's big, so don't really know what style of play is. I know he lit it up at Leeds, but then he kind of had a bit of a viral bad moment the other night where he missed a sit-up, but he's a youngster, so he's obviously feels wanted. We obviously want him, so we expect to see a lot of him. So it's credit, again, to the board for, like you just said, Mick, not shying away from a big price tag and working something out where we can get the player we want and everyone can be happy. So no, credit for that. Stephen, you got anything on that?
I think Coburn strikes me as the sort of like not exactly the same, but like a Steve Morrison type, someone who's bigger, mobile, who can kind of lead the line a little bit. Obviously, going to be rough around.
Is his
he does. Yeah, he doesn't look. Sorry, he doesn't look like he's
Millwall off his Instagram.
There you go. He looks like he's. Coburn looks like he's sort of not rapid, but he does have a little bit of mobility. He can move about a little bit. Obviously, he's got the physical presence. I think that if it's who they wanted, okay, it's a loan, and we haven't got the right to buy him. So you know what's going to happen. He'll probably be good, and then we won't get him next summer. But we need goals in this team. If Fleming is going to be off, we definitely need goals. So hopefully he can.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, Stephen, I mean, and the rest of you, I mean, we were sitting here in our private chat no more than 16 hours ago with Macaulay Langstaff as the only fit striker and Bradders on the bench, on the medical table again. And now, 16 hours later, we've got the potential of a record signing from Serbia, long-term target in Coburn, and Langstaff as our striking options. Like, it's a drastic turnaround from the previous shows where, we have been a bit, or certain people have been a bit itchy when it comes to the transfers. But, it seems the transfer window's this long for a reason. You can't get all your business done that early, and it just looks like we're in a much, much better position. Now, Omar, I don't know if you've got the graphic in the chat of the players, of the actual players that we're going to have next season, and the numbers. I don't know if you are sorry to put you on the spot.
It's so prepared earlier, boys.
I tell you what, the price has just gone up, Burnley. The price
I am on fire tonight. I tell you.
Let's just wonder if he's got this same energy for 10:30.
I don't think any of us.
At least have the same energy tomorrow morning at 9:00 for Oasis tickets. But aside from that,
yes, Omar, that's the right answer.
Whatever happens. But no, so I'll put this together anyway. I put this in the chat earlier, and so I know you obviously brought me onto it nicely. But you've got a couple of question marks there because obviously one in particular, which I've also prepared a graphic for, which I think it's this one. I could be wrong. Bear with. No, wrong one. This one.
Oh,
there we go. That'd be too perfect. But I mean, we've also been linked with a move for Martial Godot from Fulham.
So that must mean Marku is going out into the other room, isn't it?
We'll get onto that in a very second, mate. So the winger was also one of the lines we're keen on last January when came very close to signing, joining when Joe Edwards was in charge. So interesting. But yeah, the graphics here anyway to be seen. And I keep banging this drum because I really believe it. I think we've got a really bloated squad. It's not a bad problem, but there's a lot of players in there. If you've got the question marks next to Godot and Ivanovic, obviously no Fleming in there because we're assuming he's going to be leaving. But if he stayed, and no Harding in there either, and no Marku, but if two of the three stay, you can add them back into this conundrum. But you've got 3 goalkeepers, 2 right backs, 2 right side centre halves, 2 left side centre halves, 2 left backs, 6 central midfielders. You got 2 players that play on the right, 3 players that play on the left because Godot apparently plays on the left from what I've seen of him, and you got 4 forwards. I mean, that is a lot of players, Jay. You obviously brought me on to that point, but it's a big squad all of a sudden. And okay, credit to the club what you say, but it does feel a bit like I don't know.
And it feels forward when Mayer comes back.
Yeah, he's inverted. He can play sort of a number of positions, doesn't he? He can play left, right, central. He can even cover left back. But no, we've gone from one contrast to the other. We've gone from being 3-4 players short from what we ended last season to now being in a position where we're probably going to have to let people go. You look at the people that you just mentioned that are not on that graphic that are probably likely going to go out. I would probably look at Massey. Potentially would be good to go out on loan, because I don't think with the midfield options we've got there, he will get much game time. It would benefit him to go out on loan. We've also got obviously Bradshaw's injury in there, so he's not going to feature much with the numbers. But it's a strong position to be in. It gives us options. That's the key thing here. You know, Harris's big point wasn't really about the players and coming in or the time of them coming in. It's the fact that he didn't have options. And now he's got options. So we need to move away from certain aspects where it's been Harris v. Gallen. I don't like that. It's been a problem. That has to stop, and it will stop, because ultimately, come 11 p.m. tonight, Gallen will have done his job looking at what we got in front of us, and it will then be on Harris to make this work. And it's a good problem to have. It's a real good problem to have. Some of them players there are quality players in this division, so it's definitely all positives. But looking at that list, chat, is there anyone you would want to get out? And I've passed it on to Stephen. What about you, Stephen? Anyone there that you think probably won't make the cut anymore and will have to go out on loan and not through any benefit of their own?
I'm interested one thing comes in, mate. Sorry, but I just want to say, when you look at that list, like it is good. Like, it's obviously options galore there. But and Harris has changed his tact. He used to be like, I want a small squad, but he did say in an interview recently, football's changed now. So I think this is obviously a deliberate intent from the club to have the squad. But yeah, go on, Stephen. What was you going to say,
mate? I'm slightly concerned about the centre half position. Yes. I think everybody knows that if it's led to believe that, you know, Wes Harding is going to be he's been made available. I don't know if anything's going to materialise. Obviously, there's only a couple of hours left. If he does go, if we lose one of our starting centre halves, we are going to be reliant on Sean Hutchinson or Murray Wallace. And that, to me, is a concern. You can have the inflated squad in the world, but that's a problem. But, you know, hopefully Tanganga and Cooper will be fine and, you know, touchwood and all that. I'm not convinced that we'll see much of Mayer at all in a Millwall shirt. I know he's injured at the moment, but I just don't see Harris. I know he's not going to be there for that long. I just can't see him getting much game time. Massey perhaps should be out on loan, giving him some game time as well. But the other problem, and again, I really agree with what you're saying, Omar. We have as you said, a bloated squad, and there's a lot of numbers there. But just for argument's sake, Leonard, Tanganga, Bryan, Saville, Bradshaw, Watmore, just to name 5 or 6, they're injury prone. They can't maybe play 2 games in a week. They need rotation. So if you lose a couple, then that bloated squad starts to sort of be eaten away a little bit. We're carrying a lot of players, much like we used to say about Mason Bennett. Really good player, but you don't get enough out of him. And, you know, Watmore seems fit at the moment. Leonard has had, you know, a better track record, but we are still carrying the threat of losing those players to injury at some point.
Yeah, I think I worry a little bit about the versatility in central midfield as well. I think that we've got a lot of very much of the same player. A lot of them are predominantly holding midfielders. There isn't really, apart from Dan Kelly, who's pretty much an old school 8 box to box, which you'll need in a 4-4-2. I do worry about the creativity coming from centre midfield with someone getting forward. You've also got George Honeyman that isn't on that list that will fit into that central midfield role. I'll probably see him more as a central midfield role with the options we got now. If he plays out wide or goes in the 10 ever again now, with the options that we've got, barring injury or serious decline in performance, something's seriously wrong. So that is probably a small weak point. I want to point out that isn't really a weak point because they're good players. But yeah, I would just like to fancy a little bit more creativity of a number 8, because we don't know how long Kelly's going to take to develop. I expect Kelly to be a starter. I expect Wintle to be the starting central midfielder alongside Casper De Norre, if I'm honest, because we miss Billy Mitchell like a hole in the head. If that's the right term, I don't think it is, but we miss Billy something chronic. So we've definitely got options everywhere. I just worry about the lack of versatility in that central midfield.
I agree. I think it's obviously, but it is setting up more to a 4-4-2, which I'll be happy about. But no, I agree with you. I think with Harding, I would rather have kept Harding, and as opposed to having much and what is there. I do agree. But on the Coburn thing, I think hopefully he hits the ground running with us, and he's in the squad for tomorrow. It's interesting though to put it out there. The Ivanovic deal is still very quiet. I don't know why. What? Like, he was there yesterday. He's been pictured at the ground. Is there any complications we need to be aware of? I don't know. It's just speculating there a little bit. It's a tricky one. But
Mystical Mickey, you got anything on that front?
I don't know. No, I think the problem is though, wouldn't you, if you were buying a player unknown? You'd obviously do your due diligence, and also, I don't know what happens when players go to other clubs for medicals and stuff. Is in like when one of our players go away, do we have to send any of our medical team or anyone with them?
Possibly. There's probably a language barrier, I imagine, as well. But on that, if we are paying allegedly a club record fee, he's going to start. He's going to start. That's a given. Who starts alongside him? Because if I'm Macaulay Langstaff, I'm getting quite worried. I'm honest. I know he scored a lot of goals, but I'm quite worried if I'm Macaulay Langstaff with the additions of Coburn, of the big Serb, and the style of football and formation that we're playing, possibly a 4-4-2, and at times a 4-2-3-1, where only one of them will start, which will likely be the Serb, as he will be our player, not a lone player. But I'm interested in your thoughts on that, because he hasn't hit the ground running. We obviously know that. It's not been a good start for him. Does he fall by the wayside? Is he in danger of becoming a bit part player at the moment with the additions?
I'm not sure. I still think there's a place for him.
You'd like a big small, wouldn't you, Stephen? You'd like a Gregory Morrison. I think the Serbian and Langstaff could be that,
And that's the thing. I don't think if we get the Serb over the line, and we've obviously got Coburn, I don't think you're going to see them two play up front with each other that often. I don't think that's the way they're going to go. They're going to have one or the other. And I personally think it'll be Langstaff getting some game time up with them. I still look, you don't buy a player and actually, well, for a club like us, you don't buy a player and actually spend some money on him, give him 3 games, and then go, nah, we're not giving you a go anymore. That's it. Harris will still work with him. There will still be opportunities. Yeah, okay. I think he was poor on Tuesday, and probably needs to step up a lot more from that.
He wasn't.
No, well, yeah, he wasn't the only one. He was, one of probably 10 or 11 that took the field. But I certainly think Langstaff will benefit from a partner, and I think he'll get it. If they spend big money on the Serb and that deal gets over the line, he is going to be the starting striker. There's no 2 ways about it. They ain't breaking a transfer record and sitting him on the bench. But I don't think they can ask a 19-year-old Serbian, soon to be, called up to the international squad, to play up front on his own in the Championship. So
it's played now. This would be if he gets a call up for Denmark, that would be the 5th time he's played and he's scored once. It's not bad, is it, for a 19-year-old?
Denmark.
Yeah, they're playing against Denmark.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, Omar, have you seen what's on the screen there? Do you know what I mean? The Scottish
Langstaff's name wrong on my document. I noticed it. I know. Thank you, Scotchy, mate. I appreciate it.
Bradley Fink. Let's just eradicate this one straight away. Bradley Fink. That source is about as credible as Mr. Tumble. So
let's
not go there.
Is it Alex Gracie's love child, or
is that what's that fella's name? It's
I'm
Kenneth
not going to mention
Goldman.
his name. Oh, Kenneth Goldman. Oh God, yeah.
So I'm out in that because I know it's a Mr. Tumble source. So don't get too hooked up on Bradley Fink, ladies and gents.
If Burnley have come back in for Fleming, just to move back to the Fleming's topic, because there's a lot of comments about Fleming in there, and that's the big story at the moment. Yeah. If Burnley's come back in for Fleming and you're seeing Fleming, you're taking it as a compliment. They've come back in from 2 summer windows in a row, right? And I think I see a comment there from Lions Libra, which I'll just chuck up Mickey for a second. 1 second, mate. Just coming now. He says, I don't think Fleming wants to stay. I don't think Fleming will stay. His head got turned when he first came in for him. He didn't have a great season last year. Time to go. Yeah, he was great, but we move on. Part of that is true. We do have to move on and not get too lost players. But also, if you're Fleming, it's the best form of flattery, isn't it? Like, you've had 2 windows where they've come in for him both times. They're making it very clear they want him, and that's that's a case of like, if you're a footballer, you're probably going to get a bit of a pay rise as well. I don't knock him for it.
My question.
He's not a homegrown talent either, though. He's a footballer, and his aspirations to play Premier League
cheap for him, though. We paid less than 2 million for him.
But Burnley have got Premier League aspirations,
And we paid off the sell-on clause. So whatever we get for him is ours. It's probably the best thing Aldo's ever done, mate, apart from set up news at Den, maybe.
It's a good deal. It's going to be a good deal all round. It really is. But he's got Premier League aspirations. Burnley have got Premier League aspirations. This is probably the best deal he's going to get, or the best chance he's going to get at the Premier League.
No, I agree. But my question to you is, if we didn't have wholesale top end change this season, obviously coming into this season where we lost obviously the CEO, the CFF, or whatever it is, or COO, and our football manager, head of recruitment, would Fleming have been sold when potentially there was a £12 million offer for him last time and we turned it down?
I feel like it's impossible to speculate, Mickey, because the untimely pass of JB, it just threw a spanner in the works. Because if like, for all we know, Berylson might have thought, well, we're going to go back and go 1 more bids. And then if Burnley came back in with that bid, I don't know, maybe there might have been a price he had in mind. Then you lose your chairman, your owner.
Well, I heard that they did go to Burnley. This is what we want. Go back, and Burnley got Fleming. Then was number 3 on their target, 4 on their target list, and they just walked away. They signed their other ones, and he lost out. So hence obviously they've not got number 1. It's 100% being confirmed now. Fleming's in Burnley. 100%.
Who said that?
A couple of Burnley lads, couple who are sources close to the club.
There you go then.
So they've got they're good sources. So they're confirming it's him. So there we go. And then the fact that if you go on his Instagram, that's the thing, mate, right? Is that they're obviously, as much as everyone's, he's our best player, there's no fucking love loss, mate, with us. If he's taking us off his Instagram so fucking quickly, there ain't no love loss. So I'm happy that
everyone there in the first place.
Everyone does that, though.
I think it's purely he got the hump. He got the hump when he didn't get sold last time, and he hasn't been the same since. He comes across as a bit of a petulant child. And I think he's just got the ump and it's done. So, at the end of the day, let's just hope that when we play Burnley, Cooper just fucking steamrolls him and breaks his legs. No, I'm joking.
Well, if it's a loan with an obligation to buy, surely Millwall will say you can't play him against us.
Yeah, and he won't. He won't play against us.
Yeah. Look, at the end of the day...
we've got no idea what it is. It could be a loan. It could be a fucking... No. We could have a swap deal. That'd be quite mad, wouldn't it? Who would you take from them?
Is there a helicopter back to London? Check.
Browning.
I like the comment earlier which said like Fleming helicopter to Burnley, Uber back to London if the deal don't go through.
yeah. No, we'll get his oyster sorted for him.
Get him on the megabus, mate.
I'll take Josh Browning. I would offer a return. I'll take Josh Browning. I think he's a great player.
We have to accept, and we've spoke about this on this podcast so many times, and probably over the years, not on the podcast, to become a sustainable, successful club, to actually have any aspirations, we needed to get better off the pitch. If we've bought Zian Fleming and including the sell-on fee, say for example, all in, it's cost us $2.5 million, and we double that, that's exactly the sort of business we've got to do as a football club to move forward. Yeah, it's the harsh reality. We don't want to be losing our best players, but unfortunately, that, as I said earlier, unless you're Man City, unless you're Real Madrid, that's what's going to happen. It'd be a shame to see him leave. He is a match winner. Is he going to be the same type of player for Burnley? Who knows? He might even be even better and go on to bigger and better things. Wish him well, all that, but he's not. If he's confirmed to be in Burnley, it's going to be announced that he's leaving the club. Move on. as someone said earlier, would you rather, in this window, realistically, would you have rather lost Cian Fleming, and Omar, I'll come to you first on this, would you rather have lost Cian Fleming or Romain Esse if you had to choose?
Fleming, probably. Fleming is a guarantee. Esse is, he's still finding his feet a bit, but he's starting the season magic. Yeah, starting the season magic.
I love that comment. You'll get that. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah. I like football, yes, but not
Burnley.
Fuck off. Did you hear they're getting a reunion, by the way, on the off tangent? Apparently, in between is coming back.
Yes, they are. They're trying to put it out.
Oasis.
Everything's going so fucking good, isn't it?
Between us. Hey, we're cooking. Let me cook.
No, hold on. Whoa, before you say anything, do not say we're cooking until just after 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, mate, on the Oasis front. Don't jinx it yet. Don't jinx it yet.
Stop mentioning it, or we're not going to get tickets.
I know. Also, what guys do affirmations, positive affirmations here from me only.
Blake is obviously a Burnley fan and said there's a helicopter from London that landed right in our training ground, going round from a decent.
Come on, Mickey. So what is it? What's that saying? Decent what?
A decent in the night.
Oh no! ITK in the night.
we would have still been here at 11 o'clock trying to work that out.
He's currently
had to say it.
But yeah, so no, I'd much rather have lost.
Hold on, can we kick this guy out, please? Sorry, Chris. Sorry, Chris.
You've got to go, mate.
No, that's a show off. That's a show off. We didn't get the pre-sale, all right. If you've got a spare ticket though.
If you've got 4, there's 3 of us here that definitely want one. So you can have one and you can give 3 as well.
But no, anyway, so I would much rather have lost Fleming than Esse because of the potential upsell of Esse. And yeah, I think, look, if it's £6 to £8 million, like you say, Stephen, this is what we need to do. We need to start investing into, selling players that we've bought in for cheap, sell them for a bit more money, reinvest it. Do you know what? I'll speculate, but it's not a surprise if it's the case.
No.
We've got a club record deal sitting, waiting to go.
Can we just put this comment up, guys? I just want to put this comment up. Sorry. It's just I've got Sky Sports News on.
Just
can't quite seen that, but if that's the level of sourcing that it's a few people are saying it now. I've got Sky Sports on. I haven't quite seen it yet in the background, but if that's where the source has reached, good evening, Sky Sports. Yeah, if they got the source,
if you want to get in, just drop us an email. We'll get you on.
Yeah, so if that's the level that it's got to now, I fully expect that within the next hour. Mickey, you deal with all the phone, and we'll keep talking. And you come in as our break. You could be Carvajal and come in with our breaking news.
If we're about to sell Fleming for £6 to £8 million, £6 to £10 million, I don't know what the route away is, but it's no surprise that we've got a club record sign waiting in the wings, ready to sign him. If the Fleming deal falls through, maybe that deal falls through. Let's be real about it. This is
quite possibly. It's a good point.
So second you let him go, you get the funds in, or it's guaranteed money in the future. Then you've triggered a deal and you get your Ivanovic in. So I think that's how.
So do you reckon? Right. Did you reckon then? Sorry, Jay. Do you get rid of him? Do you reckon then? Do you reckon then that Josh Coburn was brought in as we need to make sure we've got someone in the door. Just to make sure that we've got another striker.
Yes.
The Serb, they're waiting to announce it, but they don't want to announce it just in case they don't get the deal with Burnley for Fleming, and then they're panicking about the finances. So basically, that's what the hold-up is. The Serb has probably signed this morning, paperwork already done, all that kind of stuff, but they're just concerned about the money, and they're now thinking, we need to make sure we've got something coming in before we put out the outlay.
On that, I do agree with that sentiment, but you've also got to realise that clubs play chess now with transfers. He's going to be our marquee signing. He's going to be the big announcement, right? But also, we're not going to announce that we've all of a sudden got 3 million, we've just spent 3 million quid, because clubs will look at that as, well, you're desperate to put a few quid in, really, aren't you, with financial fair play? So we'll give you 3 million, what you just paid out, and you'll take that, and then you've balanced your books. We're in a position where, as Cooley says, we don't need to sell him. We ain't spent a lot of money. We haven't outlaid that 3 million yet, allegedly. So you will give us what we want, or we'll keep him. And I think that does aid a little bit into announcements of not announced. That's why you see a lot of these undisclosed fees, because they don't want it out there how much clubs have spent. You see.
I don't know, Jay. I don't know.
Do you not think?
I agree with you. Like, obviously, if a club sells if a club has 6 injuries in one position, of course they're gonna look in the market. Then every club put their price up. But I would liken the football transfer market to the underworld, the black market. Agents talk, players talk. there will be conversations. Everyone will know these undisclosed fees in the football world when they don't release it to the public. I reckon every club knows what's going on or who's getting what. It's like, especially with agents being involved and stuff like that. Like, I don't know who this Advantage agent is, but all it takes is one conversation with one person, and everyone in the football world probably knows about these deals and stuff. I take your point. I get where you're coming from a bit on that, because maybe I'll hold it back, but I think it's, I think in the football world, I think a lot of agents will talk to each other, players will talk to each other. People will know what's going on. If they want to find out, they'll find out, I think.
Yeah, you also want to end on a high in your transfer window as well, don't you? You want to get through all. If we announced the big Serbian for £3 million, this massive reveal, and then you go and get the wing loan.
Don't forget Thingy. Like,
you want to end on the high.
Yeah, but if we are getting Godu as well, then he ain't been announced either yet, has he?
No, there's obviously a lot going on.
And Marku ain't. And Harding, I hope Harding don't go anywhere.
I hope he don't. If he's the wrong defender to be leaving the club if a defender's going to leave, in my opinion, because I think Murray Wallace is completely shot to bits. And the worrying thing is, like Stephen touched on earlier, we are literally an injury or two away from Sean Hutchison and Murray Wallace at centre-back. And that scares me. That scares me. That is going to be the difference between us having an okay, stable season and falling off a little bit, in my opinion.
Yeah, can I just oh, go on, we'll come back to this one. I'll
I think maybe in that scenario, I'd rather have Ryan Leonard right centre half and put Danny back.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, 100%.
That's got to be this conversation to be had there, right?
Yeah.
Get Leonard at centre half if we have to, make do. Or Chino Curry's not gone out on loan yet, has he?
No. He's been captain in the under-21s, hasn't he?
I don't suspect he would get a look in the first team because he didn't travel to Mercia and all that stuff. But I don't know. In the world, maybe
Scanlon's coming from Liverpool, and I know a thing about Liverpool because they recalled Ojo a few times, and they like to put in their loans that you have to play this kid. If we're loaning him to you, have to play him. We have to see some development.
Did you see Harris's comments on him?
Pardon?
Did you see Harris's comments on him?
Yeah.
He said he's going to have to ease him in and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. But ultimately, then in the second breath, he said he's very aggressive. He'll get you up and down the field, but he's a good defender. He will play. I honestly think he'll take.
We're in for a season of Joe Bryan, mate.
I don't think we are because there's no Liverpool won't let him come here if we're not going to give him any guarantees that he's going to play.
I'm joking.
And Joe Bryan, if he performs the way he performed recently, then I'd rather stick Murray Wallace out of fucking left back. So I don't think he's going to play much. We also got to factor in we have to play a lot of 2 games in a week. Joe Bryan ain't up for that. He's very injury prone. So that's a shrewd deal. That is a shrewd move. The only worry I have at this squad, as we just said, is the centre backs. I think, if anything, we needed one more in personally. But I don't like the idea of Harding leaving unless he said, look, he wants to play, because by all accounts, he's a great dressing room guy. The players love him. The club love him. He loves the club. So this has got to be purely down to a Harris decision or the player decision, solely them two that, I'm not going to play you because he hasn't, Harris, or he wants to play games and we can't guarantee it. Well, all the time Tango and Cooper are fit because we're not in a cup anymore. We're not in the Carabao Cup to be able to go, look, you're playing every cup game. So we haven't got that anymore.
Can we just hang on 1 second, right? He's fucking put it on twice. Sack the board. Fleming was proper Millwall and he's gone, for fuck's sake. How the fuck was he proper Millwall? And why sack the board? They've got, potentially a good fee from a player we didn't pay nowhere near. And, realistically, he didn't want to be here. And was he that on fire, really? The first season he was here, he was great. But, I mean, was he really good after the Burnley deal went south? Really?
He could
have been a lot better.
I think, but the whole team was just shot to bits, wasn't it? And then when Harris came in, we're playing a very defensive style of football. We had 17% possession average. For an attacker, that is fucking stake in the heart. What attackers do? Nothing. You got 17% possession. You look at, you got the penalty against Southampton. He was key in that game. Other games he was very, very key in. He was instrumental in most of the games for the press and the lead in the line and breaking us upfield. I think back to Plymouth as well when we played at Plymouth. We don't win that game without his press for the 2 goals and leading line. He was still our best player, by, in my opinion, a country mile. Although it didn't stand out because people's expectations from the season before were so high, it sort of looks like, well, he's not really good anymore. But like as Omar said, the stats for every game, even at the end of the season, top assists. I think he ended top goal scorer. He was first in chances created, first in key passes, first in distance covered as well. He covered a lot of distance. Also a very aggressive, strong player that really suited Millwall. I wouldn't say he wasn't a Millwall type player because he had all the attributes.
But he was only ever here as a shop window.
Yeah, he was a mercenary. He was a gun for hire. But then you think back to the rough times we had when shit was hitting the fan and we needed people to step up. Yeah, exactly. But he was one of the first people on Instagram like putting pictures of him with the players like, we need to stick together. We've got to go out there and fight. He was acting, as Omar said, a leader on and off the field. He was one of the few that stepped up because they all shied away in that time. They all shied away when they thought he was going down.
Does he manage his own Instagram? Does he manage his own Instagram? Because everyone thought that Casper De Norre was brilliant because he used to, like people's tweets and everything else, and then they found out it was his agency what was running his Twitter account.
But even if it is his agent, there's still a positive thing. There's still a positive look for the player. I don't think he would not approve anything. I don't think he doesn't look at all, and what gets sent out there he doesn't approve or doesn't see or.
I think they don't. I don't think they have any. I think
to some extent that they just let it go, but I think he genuinely he was our best player, and he was. And I don't care about people's opinions because facts don't care about your opinions. Statistically, factually, he was our best player, and it will be a big loss. It is a loss that is needed for the future of the football club. We have to look at it like that because it is in this modern way of development that we're trying to go through in becoming a self-sufficient club. Buy early, as Stephen said, buy low, sell high. We have to do that. And Fleming's going to be the first domino to help us do that because he'll help us in January as well. We can reinvest it in the defence, which is probably where we'll look in January and possibly another centre forward. I think midfield and everywhere else is set. But, we have to look at this as a glass half full. It's a bittersweet deal. And I don't think any people slagging Fleming off I think it's ridiculous. The geezer is a massive part why we almost made the playoffs the other year, right? Now, we fell off the wagon, with injuries, the last game, Blackburn, whatever. But he was a huge part in a fantastic season, and he was a huge part in why we stayed up because he did get the assists, he did score goals, he was instrumental. I won't have anyone slagging him off. I think it's bollocks just because he's leaving. I think he was a good player for us and our best player.
I'm not slagging him off. I'm saying... I think
no, not you. I just mean in general.
I think it's good to take the money because he's got a year left on his contract, and then obviously the club they've got an extension clause that would put him in his last year of his contract, and we get fuck all for him. We'd end up.
And we don't want Jed Wallace. We don't want a Jed Wallace. Exactly.
No. So to me, I think it's fucking great that finally the board is making money on selling players, and great, we move forward. And thank you very much. Thank you very much for playing. It's been fantastic. Now, move on.
Yeah, and that's how we should treat it. We shouldn't slander 100%. The guy. We shouldn't slander the guy. He was a key player for it. No, not you personally. I'm just saying, in general, there is.
He comes from Amsterdam and he hates West Ham.
Yeah, but there's people out there that are belittling him, and I'll question whether these people watch football. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to get negative on people or go after people. But
there's people who voted in that poll, mate, that they'd take $500,000 for him. So.
The same people they're the people that think Fleming's shit, but let's have it right. He's helping this club more than we believe. He's helping this club for his performances alone has warranted us asking between £6 and £10 million for him. His performances alone.
Super chat. Please donate the super chat, and we're building a statue in the front of the stadium.
No, but we're only getting this money because of how he performed. We're not going to get this money because he wasn't a good player. He's been the best player for us. We're going to get good money for him for the contract that he's on, and probably the mindset of him now. We're going to get good money for him. He's going to help us right now with the business that we've done. He's also going to help us in January, and he's going to show players. This deal is going to show players like SA, like other midfield players, that we believe in you. Also, we've done this deal because we believe that you are going to take that next step, and we give SA a new deal. I don't think any of this stuff happens without the sanctioning of SA's new contracts, the emergence of SA, the players that we brought in, the attacking players that we brought in. I don't think this deal happens unless that stuff falls into place. So it shows good intent for the youngsters that if you come through, you do well here, you will be rewarded because we will find a place for you. So he's going to help the club right now and in the future.
London has got a good point there. Zian has been nothing but good for us. Once confirmed at Burnley, good luck to him. Like Mickey said, we got him for what, around 2 million, and we can only get shitloads back. So anything above 3 million, we're in profit for it, and that is the bit what we want to know, what we want to go forward with. Because honestly, I don't think that would have happened a year ago.
No. Question. I've also on the back of what you said, Jay, just then, you start saying about showing the players that we got faith in them. I think also it gives the players, not that we want this reputation necessarily, but if you're Roman SA, you look at that, you go, oh, they've actually agreed to sell one of our better players. It maybe gives them the onus going, if I perform and the club comes in and it meets the right valuation, we wouldn't be reluctant to sell them. We won't tie you down and obviously it's circumstantial, but I do think there's also a bit of an element. If you're a young player and you're thinking, do I come to Millwall or not? They're going to see that Fleming signed for us 2 summers ago. They're going to see that Fleming played well for us, and then he's got a bigger money move, whatever way you'll look at it. Because if he went last summer, it would have been a big move. But I think in that way, though, it's kind of like it says to the players, you sign for us, we'll give you playing time, we'll give you exposure, and if you do well, and a club comes in for you that's probably in a better position than us, we might let you go.
A good incentive for the players, a good incentive to put on good performances, perform well. And someone like SA, who by all accounts has got a bright future, no doubt he would look at that and say, fair play, the club are not going to make things hard for me if I perform, like you just said, hit the nail on the head. If I perform well, I'm going to be not only rewarded with a new contract like I have, but I'll probably get offered another new contract, and or a club will come in for me, and the club will do what's best for the club, but with also my interests at heart. That gives a player freedom, it gives them comfortability, it gives them a sense of purpose and understanding of where they fit with a club, and that's how we have to run. You see these deals, the Bristol Cities, the Brentfords of the past, that run this mantra and style of football and become self-sufficient, and that's what we have to do. And this is a good deal for the club, for the player, for our own players, to the reasons you laid out. I think it's a really good thing, and he deserves nothing but our blessing for how well he's played for us. Stephen, you haven't you've been sat there patiently waiting while I went on a little rant and called people out and what have you. Let's dive a bit deeper into your thoughts around the deal, how it's going to affect the club. How do you think you see this?
One more thing before Stephen goes, I've got this little overlay for you. There you go, on the Sky Sports.
There we go, Sky Sports News. 26-year-old, 15 goals in 44 appearances. That's fantastic numbers. I'm sorry, but it's good numbers. So,
it's out there.
So Stephen, as I said, so a little bit of a more deep dive. How do you think it honestly affects? And your response to people saying, let's just wipe our hands.
I've been looking on social media whilst you guys have been sort of going on about the Fleming deal to see if there's anything coming through. There isn't anything else, any other updates. So it's just going to be one of those, isn't it? How do I think it's going to affect the club? I think, as I said, it's the first part of the journey to becoming a better run football club. We all knew when he signed for us, we all knew he was never, ever, ever going to stay with us long term. It was obvious. We had to accept it. Let's be honest. We know we're not at the top of the footballing chain. There's other clubs in the Championship that are not at the top of the footballing chain, and players they move on, and find their level at whatever level that may be for Fleming. I don't know. The board have clearly, I think, as soon as we were willing to pay the buyout clause, and that was months ago now, wasn't it? It was months ago that kind of thing come out. As soon as we were willing to do that, we were willing to sell him if we got the money that the board wanted.
100%.
Because they didn't want to have to give any of it to Fortuna Sittard. So this has been on the cards for a long time. Okay, might not have expected it to be the day before the deadline, or the day of the deadline. In terms of how it's going to affect the team, I'm not concerned in the short term, in the sense of Remain SA's playing quite well, and we've got what more scoring goals. We've started fairly well in those kind of areas. It's when we're going through those spells where there was games, wasn't there, in the first season where Fleming was kind of dragging us through. He was getting the goal. He was being the match winner. That's where we're going to have maybe a little bit of a problem. We haven't started well. It would have been a boost for everybody had he have been back fit, available to play tomorrow. He's not. But in the terms of the long term, this summer has been all about long-term planning with young players, with now selling potentially Fleming, with tying down Romain Esse. It's been all about having players, having assets at the club, and that's how we're going to move forward. We've sold the first asset, apparently, you know, if the rumours are there to be believed and the deal goes through. Long term, I don't think it'll be a problem. Immediate short term, I don't think it'll be a problem. But throughout the season, someone is going to have to step up and take on the Zian Fleming. I'm a match winner. I'm going to drag our team through and get us 3 points at tough places. And that's where it might be a little bit difficult.
Yeah, I totally agree. And that's why we're spending big money on a centre forward.
Yeah,
allegedly, and while we brought in another promising centre forward and the top scorer in the EFL for the last few years, we got to try and transition to making sure our strikers score goals, because if your strikers score goals, you have a successful season. So yeah, I totally agree. I totally agree with you.
Question for everyone and you boys and the chat: if Fleming goes and we get Ivanovic and we also get potentially Godot, who's been linked with us, the Fulham youngster, and you take into account, I think it'll be 12 signings this summer, what would you rate our summer window out of 10 at this point in time?
Ooh.
There's a question for everyone there. What would you rate our summer window out of 10 so far?
Can I just add on to that? Sorry, Jay, the guys in the chat, before you answer, hold on 1 second, Mickey, just before I lose my train of thought here. When Omar's asking for a rating for the transfer window, we know that having Fleming perhaps going right now might affect the score, but be realistic on the players we've brought in and the numbers that we've brought in and perhaps the quality. Try and don't be swayed by the fact that Fleming might be going. It's an overall picture.
I'm going to look at this in a different way and not give a specific. Go on.
It's just I want to do a giveaway, and that's it. So finish your point, and then let me just do a giveaway, and then we can go.
Well, do your giveaway first, because then we'll bounce back off each other on this subject.
Yeah, it's easy because I'm going to give you 5 minutes to. So basically, let me just bring this up. So if you want to win a Millwall Travel Cup, courtesy of our merchandise sponsor, it's really easy to do. All you need to do is basically hashtag Zian into the comments now, and we'll give you 7 minutes. We'll give you till 1:15, and then we will do the draw then. So yeah, go on, carry on. If you want to get in there.
I'm going to look at it in a different sense in terms of, I'm not going to stick a number on it. I'm going to say if we end up with what we think we're going to end up with, and I'm including Zian in this is honestly, in my opinion, probably the best transfer window we've had in years. And the reasons why is Harris would have had all his number one targets. You look at the talent, and I'm not speaking about, they might not be good. You look at what they are on paper, what we bought them for. Macaulay Langstaff, Tanganga, the two goalkeepers were the best in the division. The £3 million Serbian, Josh Coburn, Aziz, long-term target, real sought-after player. If you look at that, it's honestly one of the best transfer windows we've ever had. We've replaced everyone that we've lost. We've brought in young, youthful potential talent. We've spent a lot of money. We're reinvesting with the Fleming sale. There's no reason why this can't go down as one of the best windows we've had. Normally, this is dead. We make one or two, and it's it's an aging player or someone that we think, or it's a questionable transfer. We've literally identified, what do we need? We need a goal scorer. Right, we'll go spend $3 million on this fella. We get the best striker in the EFL. Right, we need a centre half. Get Tanganga on a free, arguably one of the best defenders in the division. Right, what else do we need? Right, we need an attacking midfielder, and we go and get the young boy Kelly, who Dortmund, Spurs, all these bods we're looking at. It's got potential to be one of the best transfer windows for a long time, and I don't think you can grade it. It'll never be a 10. But surely people have got to agree. I would ask, name me a better transfer window. That's what
when we signed Ollie Burke on deadline day.
Do you know what our squad looks like right now, Jade? I have interest. If we get all the players we want.
I do, mate. Do you want to throw
this
it
is
back
what
up?
it looks like. This is what it looks like, Jade.
Love it. I love it, mate. It's and it's we've just got options everywhere. Like, we're not short any. I'd argue centre half, but I mean, you know, take that into account elsewhere. We've got 2 players in every single position. This is the best transfer window we've had in a very, very long time. And I'll challenge someone to find me a better one before you give your rating or disapprove of mine. I'll challenge you to find one that we've had better.
Do you remember the deadline day we signed Liam Feeney and Jay Simpson when we had Kenny Jack in charge?
Jay Simpson was a baller.
And we went on to lose 3-0 away at Birmingham City in the first game after the deadline.
That was a good one. That was a good one. But honestly, look, I'm going to put it. I'll put it to you then, Stephen, before Omar finishes it off. What do you grade it on?
I would say an 8 out of 10. I think the best piece of business the club's done this summer is getting Remain SA tied down on a long-term deal. Absolutely brilliant. I didn't think we would be able to outdo the Tanganga deal. Personally, I think that was excellent business as well. But SA for me has topped that because he really is the future. I think we'd all like, you know, better players or, you know, someone really, really out of the box, which maybe this Serbian guy will be. But 8 out of 10, we always want more. We'd always want more. There's always another player you want, or you think, oh, we're short here, we're light here. Maybe another centre back would have pushed it up a little bit higher. But I don't think we could complain with the players that have joined the club. I don't think we can be too disappointed with those that are leaving either, if we take into consideration the fact that we are building for the future.
I would go also 8 out of 10. But hang on 1 second. I've got something through. Jed Wallace is going to sign for us tonight, guys.
Oh,
way!
Let's just destroy that. Jed Wallace's family is purposely settled up there, and let's be honest, if Jed Wallace is going to come
summer,
back,
mate. Listen, let me believe.
He's pals with Harris.
I've got 1 hour.
Can you just kick him out, Mickey? Just kick him out.
I've got 1 hour and 46 minutes left. I can still believe. I've got 1 hour and 46 minutes left. Let me believe. Put me back to the right. No, I'd give it an 8. What I would say, and this is not a criticism, but also a victim of the market, I would say the execution of the transfer window has been somewhat not the way I'd want it to go if I was in charge. But I'm not in charge, and there you go. This is what we got. But I'd say the transfer is 8 out of 10.
Hang on.
We could have helped the manager more, the head coach more. Sorry, let me correct myself. By getting the players in for the first game of the season, in my opinion.
I think
his criticism of the transfer market, business, is valid because we didn't get the players in for the first game of the season.
Yeah, but have you seen a transfer window like this where there is so much going on today?
There's so many factors to it because you got the Euros, then you had the Olympics and all this sort of stuff that came with it, and it then had a knock-on effect to the market. But
we've also had our own internal factors with the loss of the keeper and stuff. You know.
But this is what affects the big clubs. It doesn't affect us. I think like if we wanted these players, I don't know. I think the market is very late moving this window, and it's obviously had a knock-on effect. But I just think we could have done more to help Harris for the first game of the season and the first 3 games of the season by having the players in before the season started. It didn't happen. We're now here, and I'm buzzing about the business we've done. I am very skeptical because maybe we can move on to now. Can Harris?
I want to do the draw. Let's just do the draw before you do it.
Do the draw, and I hope I win it because I've entered it.
Oh God! If you win it, mate. Right. Basically, what you're paying for it's. I haven't loaded the video, but if you look on our Twitter, I'll do it for you. It's basically a little travel cup. It's got our logo on it on the front and whatnot, and you can find us on podcast. And then all the way around the sides and the back, it's basically got the whole of Millwall fixtures for the 24-25 season. So while you're drinking your coffee in the morning, you'll be able to see what game is what, and you'll be able to book up and do everything else. So, good luck to all. We're going to do one of these each hour, and maybe one in between, but or a few little bits. So here's your draw. Good luck.
It won't be Omar that wins it. It'll be me.
Oh, I thought that stopped for me then. Oh, it's him!
Oh my God!
How has he done that? How has he done that?
Yes.
He's fixed it. He's had quick fingers all night.
Do you know the thing is, right? Do you know the thing is, yeah, that is not fixed. That is completely and utterly random.
Draw again.
Generator.
Draw again. But I love that. That is brilliant.
Oh,
It'll be Steven.
Right, here we go.
Brilliant.
Oh no way! Honestly, I thought it stopped on Jay there. I was like, nah, this is outrageous.
The chat would have gone from 0.
Free, die free. If you drop us a DM on Twitter or drop us an email at info@thatmillwallpodcast.co.uk and just put deadline day winner, and we will pass your details over to the provider, the competition provider, and they will drop you an email, get in touch, and you will you'll be able to win a prize. So we will go again a bit later on, and we will use another hashtag later on, and we'll go from there. So yeah,
it's got to be hashtag fix. It's got to be hashtag fix to enter the next.
Mickey,
maybe, but you know, is what it is.
Yeah, no, Mickey. Your thoughts on the transfer window?
And
bearing in mind, we are just over an hour away and still no Serbian. So
stop it!
Serbian
I'm just saying.
That's my theory here, Jay.
Saying we've got 2 to happen. So, Mickey, your thoughts on if it ends the way we were hoping and expecting it to end? What are your thoughts?
And you've been hired.
So with that,
good chat.
We'll move on.
No, sorry. I've just had something delivered for me. So yeah, I've just had something delivered for me outside. So yeah, right. I would say it's got to be 7-8. Really, I think it is our best transfer window we've had in years. I think the whole razzmatazz around it has made it what it is, possibly. You know, I've never seen Harris come out like he has. I've not seen some of these, you know, witch hunts and other bits and pieces going on, targeting Gallen and his shit and all that. Well, it don't look too bad now, does he? He's done what he gets paid to do. He's earned his wages. And it seems fair enough, doesn't it? I mean, I would say 7-8, and see where we go. So yeah,
I think you have to. There's a comment about, you know, would this happen if Harris didn't kick off the way he did? I firmly believe it would, because Harris knew everything about his transfers.
Listen, you can't go after number one targets on a spur of a manager having a fucking paddy fit over a weekend. Come on, get a fucking.
And the thing is now is that.
I'm just going to run off and get a drink.
I'm getting feedback as well. Who's playing music or something in the background? Who's listening to something?
Sorry, it was me. There's a video that's just gone up on Twitter, and it's the From the Club podcast, and it's Gary Rowett talking about how close Zian Fleming.
You can't say that name. That's a tenner.
For charity. Talking about how close Zian Fleming was to leaving Millwall last year and what the strategy was, and just basically what the club's view was on him. And it's just a really, really interesting. If you guys follow me on Twitter, have a look. I've just shared it, but you can tell it was the plan. As soon as he was bought, the comment from him there was buy him for 1.7 million euros and get £10 million bids the next season. That's exactly what they wanted to do. So, and that's what they've got. So
yeah. Cheers,
agree. And you have to look. You have to look at there has been let's address the elephant in the room. There has been this dark cloud of Team Harris versus Team Gallen, and it has been a problem amongst the fan base. And now, you know, Gallen's ultimately done his job. He's done his job, and he's probably done it very well to end the window. That's the, you know, the be all and end all. And now it is all on Harris. Harris has got the squad. He's got the depth. He's got the players that he also wanted, and it is now on him. So there can't be any outbursts of this, that, and the other. It is all on Harris to deliver. Hopefully, look, I hope he does. We all have our own opinions on Harris. This is not a show about Neil Harris, but you know, hopefully now the dust will have settled, and you know, relationships will have got better, and there will be a clear understanding and a clear pathway, and we can concentrate on the relevant people doing their job rather than this back and forth. And I hope we see that, because the season now ultimately starts Saturday, really, doesn't it?
Yeah, I agree. And I think what Omar said earlier about the hope would have been that the players would have been signed earlier to give us the perfect start to the season, not having played 5 games already, okay, 2 in the cup, and then having your squad settled. I know that even on this show, there's very contrasting opinions, whether it's Gallen, whether it's Harris, whether it's the players. All I would say is now Harris has got a chance. It may not work, it might work, but he deserves the chance with the squad that is now assembled to have a right go at the championship season. It might not work. And if it doesn't work, then he has to take responsibility for that. As you said, Gallen would have done by 11 o'clock tonight. Gallen would have done everything in his power to give him the squad that he wants. So for now, well done, Mr. Gallen. If we get the deals over the line, if we don't, then maybe there's question marks there. But as of tomorrow, Neil, it's over to you. Okay, if we sign a couple of players tonight, if there are deals still being worked on, they might not be in the squad tomorrow. So again, it would be after the international break. But as of tomorrow, moving forward, it's over to you, Neil Harris. And I back him. Look, we all think he's a club legend. We all love the bloke, you know, as for who he is as an individual. I still think he deserves a chance. I still think that he deserves the backing with this squad. And hopefully from tomorrow, we can move forward and start getting ourselves up the table.
Well said, Omar. Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think, look, it's the only thing I will say cautiously is don't expect magic from tomorrow. Like,
no,
there's a lot of players to try. It's like it doesn't happen overnight, which is what my criticism of the window is. It's happened all at the ends, but then maybe we're a victim of how the window's been in general. But it's not going to be. It could be instant, hit the ground running. The chances are the players are going to need a bit of time. Perhaps the international break coming after this game tomorrow is a godsend. Get the players into the training pitch, get a chance to kind of gel together. Although that Ivanovic, if he signs, has been called up to the Serbia squad, which was also good to see. You know, we've got a Serbian international in our fold.
Proves that there is no probably issue with his medical.
Well, yeah, exactly. So, I mean, I think, look, it's going to take time, but I think you have to judge Harris on the next set of games between after tomorrow and then also up before the October international break. That will be a telltale sign. If we get to October, and God forbid this happens, but if we only win one game or don't even win a game by October international break, you know, the manager might lose his job. But let's be honest, like it's a pressure environment. He's backed. It's a cutthroat business end of the day. But I do rank the window. Like, I think it's been a good window overall. I do think it's not going to be an instant success, but hopefully we can get a win tomorrow to be happy with going to the international break. But the real judgment for me will be the next set of games after that. A couple of London derbies in there, Luton, QPR. That's when I'll be, you know, turning into it.
Yeah. And I think also, I mean, we all wanted it to be done early, but if you look at the nature of the players that we've been in and we brought in their circumstances, you look at Coburn, that's been going on for a while because of the fee. That would have likely been done early. You look at Aziz, the situation at Reading with not having anybody in control to be able to release him, that's obviously taken a long time. Tango, the issues with his agent, that took a long time. Sarkic passing, sadly. We had to obviously alter to bring that deal in as well. So there has been some circumstances that have pushed this down the road, and obviously all the stars have aligned, and it's been bang, 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 bang. Which is why I think if Reading didn't have those issues, or Tango's agent wasn't a so and so, or Coburn that they didn't want £5 million, we'd have probably seen this more spread out and had a lot more business done a lot earlier. But I do think a lot of the circumstances have led us to this path, and now that they've all cleared up, Gallen's gone ace. Thank you, I'll take the jackpot. all in one go. So there is a certain side of it. It would be great to have it done, but as you both rightly said, we ain't going to judge Harris on Saturday. We're not even going to judge him straight after the international break. But October time going into November is going to make or break whether Harris is here and whether we're in a relegation fight or not, because ultimately, as we just said, this is all Harris now. Gallen doesn't have to do anything for the rest of the year now until January. Doesn't have to do a thing. It's all on Neil Harris. So, hopefully it's better news. But
on a different Stephen, £10 for the charity. I heard you as well.
Yeah. That's fine. I'll do that. Just on a completely different subject, away from transfers, just for 5 minutes. And Jay, I'm going to come to you on this because I noticed, and I'm just trying to find it, that you got a reply from a certain Max McLennan on your Twitter feed the other day regarding Millwall TV. I just a little bit away from the transfer talk because there's nothing really happening at the moment, is there? And I just wanted to touch on this. I think it's completely and utterly wrong that as season ticket holders we don't get Millwall TV included as part of our package. I understand why they do it, to try and make some more money out of it. I just thought it was really interesting that was clearly picked up by the club. Maybe the club are watching you, mate. Got to be careful. You have
the club are watching this.
Yeah,
trust me on that. So,
and
we are. You see on that, and I'm glad you raised it, Stephen, because it ties in with Omar's point as well. But also, I'm keen, and I am going to be pushing for a meeting with the new person in charge and whatnot, because I don't think the value what they make out of the videos of charging people outlays the level of disgust from the fan base for it. Every other club don't charge for it. Recast was a crock of shit. We were on Recast. It was a crock of shit. And to be honest with you, Millwall did sort of ruin that to a degree by charging too much. We used to put pods on there and charge 50p. And it was enough for you to be able to earn free credits and go. Millwall started charging, £3 and more for stuff. And it sort of ruined the whole thing. It was just money. And I think some things you don't need to charge for. Stuff like managers post-match, new players coming in. You've just forked out, £500-600 on a season ticket. Why the fuck can't you get access to these interviews?
Yeah, and as Stephen rightly said, I brought this up because I believe as a season ticket holder for 20 consecutive years, including this year, I don't feel I should pay to hear what my manager has to say after a match. And I totally understand and appreciate what Max does. Max is very good at what he does, and if you're watching Max, we had a back and forth, and there's no ill towards or anything. It was a polite discussion and a back and forth, and it wasn't to discredit anything that you're doing or that the club are doing, but as someone in as many around 8,000 of us for the last 20 years who has pumped the ultimate sacrifice into the club, and that's not just with paying money to go and watch, and that is giving up your time on a Saturday, that is going home and away, that is sacrificing family moments and stuff, and for arguably, not really great seasons overall. I just don't believe that while it is only £3 for season ticket holders or £3.30, whatever it is, that I should have to pay for that. That should come with a season ticket holders package, because we make the ultimate sacrifice as season ticket holders. We are the bread and butter of the club. We pump the money into the club, a club that isn't self-sufficient. And I just believe that we shouldn't have to do that. If you want to charge, then that's fine. But for season ticket holders, and I've got a lot of response for my comments, and a lot of people agreed, which is why it took off quite a lot, which is why I think it found its way to Max and to the club, that they did look at it and go, this is gained a lot of ground. This is something we probably need to address, which is why Max, I felt, was very club talk in his response. I don't think it was very open conversation.
But why
it was polite.
Why reply on his own Twitter feed, not the club's? Because he didn't want to give it more growth.
A sense of humanity. I think just a sense of to bring it down the level, to not make it more as formal as that. I think that would have probably made matters a lot worse, because I think that
I agree with you. I fully agree.
Replies to the club would have not been very pretty, and it just causes a PR disaster. So look, I appreciated him reaching out personally. We did have a back and forth. He explained the reasons behind it, went into depth, replied to some other fans. But the overwhelming majority was for my comment. I understand that people say it is only £3.30, and I can afford £3.30. It's got nothing to do with money at all. It's got everything to do with the appreciation we get as season ticket holders. JB was fantastic through the COVID times. We didn't have to pay for our season ticket the next year. That's huge for a club with little finances that we have. That was an amazing gesture, something that I hope is never repeated. And we have been looked after.
Jay, can I just interrupt you just for a second? Pete O'Rourke from Sky Sports. He used to be the Sky Sports reporter. He gets, he is posted out, which is interesting. Derby and Millwall exploring late moves for Watford striker Mileta Rakovic, the guy who scored the winner for Watford at the Den on the last day of the season.
Ooh. Okay, I'll finish up what I'm saying, and then we'll come straight onto that, because that is transfer news, and that's why we're here.
Is that a striker?
Yeah, he scored the winner. He scored the winner against us on the first opening day of the season.
Yeah, he's the last game of this year. Yeah, you should have sent it to me, and I got it on the screen, Steve.
Yeah, send it. While I'm talking, send it to over.
So how the hell do I send it to him?
Just screenshot and send it in a text.
I've got it.
So yeah, just to summarise, look, Max, if you are watching, or the club's watching, it was, it's polite dialogue. It was, I understand the reasons Max laid out and appreciate it. But, it is something I believe that the club should address, because as a season ticket holder, we shouldn't have to pay to hear what our manager says. We are the biggest income for the club in terms of bums on seats. We create the atmosphere. We're there every week. Everyone else is a custodian of this football club and not us. And I just feel that we should. It is deeper than that, but we ain't got time or the means to go deeper than that. It's I just think we should just touch on. But
no, it is. I think it should be. I think we should look at it, and I am gonna take this up, and I will run a campaign on it to finger, because I think it is wrong. I mean, if we got sponsors for this show, right, we wouldn't have ads. We would run everything completely ad free, right? But you need to have costs to run this and everything else. So you basically do that. But if we had sponsors, it wouldn't do. The club has loads of sponsors, right? They don't need the pence what they're making from How many people do you think pay for Millwall TV?
I'll be surprised if many people do, if that. Because of that reason. The only reason Max jumped on it was because of the overwhelming response that it got, and the club clearly said we need to address it.
Can we skip this topic for another day and get back to the transfer talk?
No, no, we'll get back to the transfer. But I'm just saying, I just think that stuff like that from the club, to me personally, you shouldn't be putting a price on player information or post-match, because there's people out there who can't afford any more than what they pay for their season ticket. And then you're sitting there going, well, it's extra this, it's extra that. To me, if people have given you their season ticket or even bought a ticket on the gate or whatever, give them this stuff. This should be, thank you very much for investing in Millwall. Here you go. Even if it's as simple as if you have a membership or a season ticket, your membership season ticket number gives you free access. Job done. It's easy. Job done. But it is something I'm taking up, and I have spoken to people, and I will update you once I know more. But yeah.
Anyway. People hit
over the transfer news. 2 seconds, gentlemen. I have a child issue. I'll be back in a second.
Here is the tweet that Stephen just mentioned. Pete O'Rourke. Derby and Millwall exploring late moves for Watford striker Mileta Rajovic. How do I do that pronunciation? Mickey, do you want to try and pronounce his name?
What's his name? I know what our Serb fella's name. His name is Milo.
Milo Ivanovic. But anyway, right, let's get it out in the chat, guys.
All fucking day.
Let's get this out of the chat. Let's talk about this. If we're getting linked, this is only just hearsay from a journalist, so let's not get too carried away. But if we're getting linked to a tall striker, did something happen to the Ivanovic deal?
or is it bullshit? Or is it bullshit? And Peter O'Rourke is friends with Derby or friends with Watford and trying to get Derby to increase their bid price by saying that Millwall's involved.
It could be.
I have just texted Brenda, the tea lady, and seeing obviously what's written on Neil's desk. So we'll get something back from Brenda in a minute. Obviously, Brenda isn't her real name, but you know, I don't know how many tea ladies. I don't know how. No, that's a whole different. That's a libel fucking lawsuit there, mate.
Yeah, on Harris's desk, he's got 8:45 a.m. Oasis. We will be there.
Yeah,
but no, it's an easy link, isn't it? Everyone knows we're still looking for a striker, the Ivanovic deal. But that guy, I don't know if he still works for Sky Sports, but he was a Sky Sports journo. So, you know, these kind of things, hour and 20 minutes to go. Who knows? Who knows what's going on? Honestly, I don't know what's going on anymore. I don't know who's coming. I don't know who's going to be bought.
I'm surprised we've got to 9:37 and there's nothing from Richard Cowley yet, if I'm not mistaken.
Because
there's nothing.
If you've watched all his stuff all day, he's not coming out with it. There's loads of noise. Then he obviously goes to the club and says, "Any truth in this?" And they go, "No, yes," and then they go back. But, you know, between us and the Burnley, we basically exclusively revealed that Fleming was in Burnley after he said that he'd been told by the club that the bids weren't there. So, you know, for us and our northern comrades, there we go. We'll keep it all a bit northern south. I've just been watching all the Game of Thrones stuff, so yeah, it's all a bit thing. And Jay, actually, the House of Dragon or whatever it's called, and Jay looks like that fella towards the end of the series who goes to tame a dragon. Doesn't he? He looks.
Yeah, he does. He does. He does. Jay, have you been doing some acting recently, mate?
You're on mute, Jay.
He's on mute now. We've absolutely thrown him under the bus here.
Am I on mute? Can you hear me?
No, you're back now.
Hang on, we got off of transfers. We had to get straight back on transfers. Now it's turned into a lookalike. What's happened? What have I missed? Who do I look at?
No, Mickey's been watching House of the Dragon.
Dogger!
Oh, for fuck's sake. He sent me this the other day. Have you got it? Have you sent it to Omar? Has he got it to put on the screen just for a
I don't think
I've had it before.
We might get a copyright. We might get a copyright question.
Or at least send the picture, maybe.
Especially when my beard is longer. When my beard was longer.
Oh, that picture. Oh yeah. I thought you were on about yogurt.
I've been sent the picture already.
No, yeah. I get this a lot, and when Mickey said it, my jaw hit the floor because when my beard's long, like normal, as you can see, it's not. I've shaved it the other day. I get this a lot, so. Yeah, I hope that no one else agrees, but it could be worse. It could be, I don't know, butterbean or something stupid.
I like it. It's a good shout.
You going to put it up?
Yeah, I'll get it up. Don't worry, mate.
You think, get in the comments,
you can't rough perfection, all right?
Jay is the spit of this thingy club call. Yeah, we'll go back to that in a minute.
I can't deny it. I get it all the time. I used to get it at work a lot. But hey ho, let me know your thoughts. And if you all start slagging me off, I'm just going to leave. I can't even.
I like it, Jay. I'm not going to lie.
He's a handsome chap, to be fair. He's a handsome fella.
That is a solid lookalike shout, mate.
Yeah, I can't deny that at all. I can't fight back. So fair play is what it is. Yeah. I was away, obviously. I had to deal with my children. Where did we end up on this striker issue? Because we are an hour and 20 minutes away and still no Serbian. Hang on, I'll swap this up. Alex, you can get a prize. I'll sort out some. I don't care. You're fucking well done.
Put a comment up.
Thanks.
Jay's better. No, we'll sort you out a key ring, all right, for fucking crazy bastard.
We'll get a key ring made of Jay's face. You can have that, mate.
We have got. I mean. I don't know if Rich, if you're listening, thank you very much. I got the mug, fella. Thank you. If Richard, you're listening, those key rings you did, if you can send me a picture of one of them, I can send it to Omar and Omar can put it up. But we've got some special little key rings for this season as well. We've got lots of stuff coming this season. So
where are we then, gents, on this? Where are we on the big Serbian? Mickey, where's your sources at? Jay's much better looking. He is fucking better looking than all. I'll tell you. So come and see me tomorrow at the Den, Alex.
Jay,
hang on. Yeah.
Oh no, Jesus, that's Jay's twin.
Yeah, Jay, that's. I'll tell you what, Jonathan, I'm taking that, son. I'm 4 though in the Avengers. You know when they go find him and he's sitting there with his massive gut and he's eating fast food. That's the 4 that you mean, isn't it? That's the one that you're looking at, and that's actually probably a better ringer. Even though I've done a bit of weight, actually, I spoke to Stephen a few months ago, and I've done a bit of weight, so we won't touch on that. And this is not the Jay looks like Jay lives from Asgard. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, can't.
How's your hair still like, Jay? You got like a quiff or something right now? I'm confused.
No, it's because of my headphones. It just pushes it just goes wild, mate. It does whatever it wants. You know, I need to get a skin fade. I reckon, mate. Sort that right out. I'll get a skin fade or something. But but no. So
get one of these in, mate.
Get one of them, mate. Yeah, it looks fresh, mate. Fresh.
I'll let you type it tomorrow if you want.
Exactly. So look, jumping back on to the report of we are looking at the Watford striker. I didn't see where you got to, so I don't know if I want to cover all.
Can I just say apologies if our vocals are out of, for some reason it seems as if our sync is out with the live stream for some reason. I don't know why.
Okay. Where are we at then? Because we're an hour and 45 away and still no Serbian. And yet another link to another striker.
15 away, Jay. An hour 15.
An hour and 15, sorry. So yeah, another.
What's the matter?
I like that.
Yeah, he looks like Jimmy Abdu. Exactly, and I agree with you, John Pye. I do agree. Right, this isn't my fault, but this is where we need to be at. Where is Ivanovic? Because we are, as Stephen said.
Omar, put your phone on, log on your phone, get in your car because you're round the corner, and drive to the training ground.
Because Brewdog sponsored me today, I shouldn't technically go anywhere, mate. That's the problem.
Don't drink and drive. Any Ubers want to give Omar a lift to the thing, or Kai, if you're watching, get round to the training ground and give us. Or if anyone lives near the training ground, right, get over to the training ground, phone us from the training ground, and we will bring you live on air to give us a Sky Sports style reporting.
Oh, you could have done that if I didn't have the kids. I live around the corner. I would have gone down there. Me and Omar could have done a little live report from there because I'm only in Mottingham. But yeah, no. Look, where we at? You
There'll
pulled that.
Someone who turns up there in a minute, mate.
Yeah, to probably chin us or something. You never know. But yeah, where we at then, Stephen? You pulled that up. Are we listening to Peter O'Rourke? I know that he's been a bit on or off in recent years with his reports, and is this detrimental to the fact that Omar said we have only got an hour and 15 and no Serbian?
It's a big concern at the minute because we're getting closer and closer, and I know people are saying, you know, you can sign at any moment, but it's just, I think if we don't sign the Serb and we lose Fleming, that's a real shocking way that we expected today to be a really, really good day. Now it's going the other way. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's an easy link. Maybe, as Mickey said, it's an easy one. You know, maybe Watford are desperate to try and get rid of him and put some pressure on Derby.
Stephen, hang on. So you're pinning it could all change if we don't sign this unknown 19-year-old that we're taking a risk on.
Not saying it would all change, but if we lose an attacking player and we don't sign an attacker on the last day, it is a bit of a naff way to end the transfer window, isn't it?
Yeah, I suppose. Okay, I'll give you that a little bit, I suppose. But I don't think it's like, I don't know, the way you delivered that, I was like, it's not the end of the world, Stephen. It's not.
No, it's not. No. Sorry, I didn't mean for it to come across as the end of the world. But if we lose an attacker and don't sign one where we thought we were going to be adding to the attacking lineup, it is a little bit of a naff way to end the window. But look, hour and 15 to go.
Let me spin that to you. Are we weakening, regardless of us signing Ivanovic, we're weakening ourselves sending Fleming, right? We're all buzzing about the price. If we're going to get, we're weakening ourselves. Regardless,
he can play as a number 9. He can play as a second striker. So You know, you don't want to let him go when you've got 2 registered. I know we've got players that can play striker, but if you leave with only a young 21-year-old who hasn't played much for Borough and Langstaff who hasn't really hit the ground running, I'll be quite worried about that, and that would put a big dampener on it, because then you lose Fleming in the same breath, who is a second striker, who has played there, who is that number 10, who does link up well, can be that target man, if you will, with his physicality. I'll be quite concerned, because behind Coburn, we would have 0 physicality in that side. Let's be honest. SA's not that guy. Honeyman's not that guy. Aziz ain't that guy. You know, we haven't really we've got guys that run around like jackrabbits, but no real big physicality to win aerial balls. So I'd be quite worried if we didn't sign the Serbian and we let Fleming go.
Also, just to put Gary there, why the fuck are we sending Fleming? Harris is clueless. I don't think it's up to Neil Harris whether Zian Fleming is sold. I think it's a board decision. So, I think we can't really. I don't think it's an individual. If Fleming has gone to the club and said, "I want to go," there's interest. I want to go. What can you do? They can't. They can't hold off again.
I think his agent's been tightening him around like a fucking, like a cheap horn fucking thingy, mate. Do you know what I mean? So I think you'll find that his agent's made just as, but.
But if you're seeing Fleming, you've been here for 2 seasons, you're like, I want another chance somewhere else. I don't knock him for it. I don't. I really don't.
No, I don't knock him for it either.
Watford fan, there's a Watford podcast, WD18, is actually now putting it out there that Derby and Millwall are exploring a late move for this striker, the young 25-year-old who scored the winner against us.
I've got into my sources, so I'm waiting for it to be confirmed. It
is starting to get a little bit concerning now, as this was the one position that at the end of this window we had to have strength, physicality and numbers in. And by all accounts, from what I've read and seen of the Serbian, his main attribute and the biggest thing about him is that his back towards goal is his best attribute. He's very physical, holds the ball up well, turns very well. Not a running behind the lines type of striker, holds the ball up, uses his strength, his physicality, brings others into play and gets into the box and is good in the air. That is the perfect striker. I know we don't know nothing about him and it's a big fee, and anyone who says they do is probably lying, but the attributes enough are alone for us to want to bring that player in, because it's exactly what we need. And if we can't get him, I'll be a little bit concerned, because it's an hour and 10 away, and I know that 11 o'clock will shut, and that won't be the end of it, because deals will be done that will still be getting announced at 12 o'clock, 1 a.m, 2 a.m. But it is worrying. Can
we just look at Frankie's point? Frankie has a point there. He says, look, we're only weaker if we're going to play to Zian Fleming's strengths, which we don't, let's be honest. I'd rather have players that fit the system rather than feeling like we need to fit him in somewhere.
I'd argue how he started the season, though, plays to Fleming's strengths.
Yeah.
Huh?
I'd argue how we started this season plays to Fleming's strengths. I think Harry set the team up to get the best out of Zian Fleming this summer.
Because if you look at, sorry, Omar, if you look at the positions that George, I don't want to dig him out too much, but the positions that George Honeyman's got in, the number 10 making runs into the box to finish off chances, that would be Zian Fleming.
And imagine Fleming and SA linking up together. I think we set this team up to get the best out of Fleming this season. He's going, that's fine. 4-4-2, 2 strikers. I think that's what it's going to. And as Steve Lloyd says, I don't know who put it up on the screen, but there's 123 people watching and only 42 likes. So like the video, please, guys, if you enjoyed.
There was a comment I'll put up earlier, and I'll put it up now. You're talking about formations and fitting players in, and Scott John Roberts put it up. I'm just going to put it up now. I actually really agree with this. Like, wholeheartedly agree with this. Now, we all don't want the 5 at the back or whatever, but the players we have, this is the formation for the players that we have. 100%. If
West Holland doesn't go, I agree.
100%. That is the formation, because you could play that Scallon as the wing back, or Brian Leonard can play that role pretty well. You could then play, or you could sit Leonard, as the right centre half, Danny Mack on the right, or Aziz, you can have SA, Denore, Honeyman all operating in the midfield and get 2 up front. I really agree with that. I really like that concept. I think that is spot on. I think the squad does suit that. I don't think SA is going to do I don't really want SA in a 4-4-2, if I'm honest. I don't think that's his forte. He's an inverted winger, right forward, if you will, attacking midfielder. I think 4-4-2 would do more damage to the players that we have in midfield, other than if we went with a 3-5-2 where you can fit everybody in. I think that's the best formation. I don't think Harris will run with it at all in the slightest. It'd be 4-2-3-1, 4-4-2, but that's a good thing to ponder, I think.
Yeah.
And Omar and Mickey are clearly looking at sources. So have you got something for us? You got something? Come on, have you got something? Omar's on Deliveroo getting more of his special brew in. And Mickey's he's running out because he didn't have that many cans when he showed us earlier. So he's running out, clearly.
I'm actually going to go get the re-up now from the fridge. So I'm back.
So what have we got? And Steve Lloyd is referencing the Watford thing that I put up, that they are just commenting on Peter Rourke's comment, but that's obviously clearly gained steam. So do we have anything, Mickey? We're almost on the hour of sorry?
It might have legs. I'm waiting on a couple of other. Obviously, with these things, you need a couple of, couple of confirmations. But for a journalist and someone I know at Watford, they believe that it could have legs.
So the Serbian then, is that over? What do we think the issues are? He's been included in the Serbian squad, so it clearly can't be something medically. What could it be?
Well, I don't care what it is at the moment. We need another striker. Because Bradshaw's out for the foreseeable, and we've only got 2, and one of them is one of them hasn't played 2 games at Championship level, and the other one is just coming on loan. The day showed so much promise, and it's, again, as I said, it's not quite gone how we thought it would do today. I think that's the fair way to put it. Just another bit of news from the Championship, a couple of bits that I've just seen. Apparently, Marlon Romeo has been let go by Cardiff. They've released him on a terminated his contract. Yeah, and also an interesting one. Blackburn have signed Todd Cantwell today from Rangers. They paid 500,000 for him, which is
I would love to be.
Yeah,
there's
great
no chance Rangers as a player for $500,000. Fucking hell.
Can we just touch on as well, right? Luton Town were 1-0 up and they've conceded 2 goals in 2 minutes. It's the 91st minute. They're losing at home to QPR. They are going to end the week bottom of the league. How bad is that? It's that's madness. It could, like I say, it could always be worse, ladies and gents. We think we're bad, but it can.
Can you do what Interstellar beat Teller, hit like, and it helps us out. So yeah. So we're doing there. If we get this bloke from Fulham, we have 5-6 wingers. You can't then go to a formation with no wingers again. Correct.
Well,
talk about the game tomorrow. As soon as Omar comes back, we will talk about the game tomorrow.
The talk on that winger has gone completely and utterly silent. So
I imagine that with his bigger things at hand here, the striker is obviously more important. And we also haven't had news of Imarku going out. So we've essentially got 4 deals in play here that are dependent on the other deal. You know, we've got to wait. This winger is not, Imarku's not going until this winger comes in, clearly. That otherwise we do leave ourselves short.
Yeah.
And we can't do anything with Fleming, in my opinion, until we sign the Serbian or something's got to give. Someone's holding out. Someone's not quite pushing the big green button, and it's getting concerning because we are almost at the top of the hour.
Yeah, but I'm not being funny. How many times, Omar wouldn't know, because obviously we've been doing this 4 years now. It's our 4th winter or summer transfer. But how many times have we done this and it's all been tied up at 2:30 in the afternoon, Omar? This is the first time we've done an existing and an extended show where it's not over. And through both our sources, we're hearing that this could potentially go, literally down to the wire. Hence why we agreed to go 11 o'clock. Well, by the way, if you gents didn't know that, you fucking do now. If not, it's me and Omar.
We're getting blue ball though, guys. Here you go. I've got some updates for you because someone's just been active on Twitter in the name of Richard Cowley. What's everyone watching on TV? Anything good? Getting blue balled. Richard, what are you playing at, mate? What are you playing at? He's also retweeted something about Marlon Romeo getting released by Cardiff.
But he does that. He puts comments out like that because so that people then look. Yeah, he invites people to start clicking on him to go, oh, he's put something up, and then wallop. He hits you. He hits you with the big one, you know, for the maximum response.
The big one being that everyone goes to bed, we're all doing normal business. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, probably.
No,
we're gonna sign the Serbian, and we're gonna
go to bed. Don't go to sleep.
We got a game tomorrow with Sheffield Wednesday.
Who?
Huh? Wanker. You threw me right off there, you can't. So yeah, let's talk about the game tomorrow because there's a few people who've made comments. So let's speak about the game tomorrow. I will look around and see what I can find out, and I will come back to you. Yeah, your thoughts on tomorrow's game. Obviously, do you think Coburn's going to play?
I'll come in first if that's right, Omar, because I actually did the away day for the podcast for the Wednesday week, and I actually spoke to them regarding the game, and I didn't get the response that I was kind of expected. We touched on Danny Rowe. A lot of their fans are not very happy with Danny Rowe at the moment, and that might come as a surprise. They feel he doesn't have a plan B. The confidence is...
You know that feeling.
We know, and I mentioned that. But this is not, and like I said, this is not a place to come. The Den, and Neil Harris, Millwall at the Den, although it has been this season so far. But it's not a kind of place you look at and go, that's where we're going to turn our season around. And we kind of spoke about that. That if this game was played at Hillsborough, I think we lose the game. I think we lose quite comfortably, even though they've started just as poor as us after their first win. But the game's being played at the Den. The atmosphere is going to be pretty hostile. We have got new faces in. It's going to be a bit more competitive. And I won't give away my prediction, but I didn't get the response I thought I was going to get from Sheffield Wednesday. I thought they'd be buzzing about Danny Rowe, buzzing about the team. But a couple of results and a couple of performances and questionable subs and timing, which was the big thing that the guys laid out on the podcast from Danny Rowe, set this up to be quite an interesting game, in my opinion.
Just before we carry on, Dan Marsh has just tweeted, Burnley working on a deal for Zian Fleming and Millwall number 10 has travelled north. Believe it would be a permanent deal if Twitter Clarets can beat the deadline after failing in their bid to sign Morgan Whittaker. Obviously, we knew that it was likely to be happening, but there's confirmation that it will be a permanent deal.
I will just say, hold tight and stay with us until 11 o'clock, because if we can, we will be breaking the news before Richard Cowley, hopefully.
But no, look, touching on the game, yeah, I'm not expecting a very good affair, to be honest. I'm not expecting it to be a great game. I think Sheffield Wednesday will come after us. I thought we were signing Raheem Sterling then. The way that come up, but no, I expect it to be cagey. I expect it to be poor, a bit of a slogfest. Both teams need to get a win on the board. We're both sitting down at the lower end of the table. The Wednesday fans feel the same. We share some of the same frustrations in the management, which I was quite surprised at Danny Rowe, because I think Danny Rowe is someone that's universally liked. You get them managers, they're either universally hated like Steve Evans, or they're universally liked like Danny Rowe. And I put him in that category, and they was quite taken back by that because they've got a few issues with him. I mentioned the subs that he makes, the timing, the style of play without having a plan B. So, yeah, I'm expecting a real cagey affair tomorrow and not a very pretty game. Any, Omar?
Yeah, I think you mentioned hostile then. Problem I've got at the minute, and we saw it on Tuesday night, and that's not a problem for us because we're Vocals fans, it can be hostile for the home team as much as it is the away team. Sorry, so that's the fear. I hope there's a bit of optimism tomorrow because we're going to sign some players tonight. Fingers crossed, and we've signed some players, and there's a bit of hope and optimism around it. But there's pressure on us to get a result going into this international break. I really feel it at the minute. I think we need to get a positive result. If anyone can get the players up for it, then it's the man that's in the dugout. So, look, I'm hopeful tomorrow, and I agree with you a lot, Jay. What you said there. If it was like Hillsborough, I'd have a lot less confidence than I do about tomorrow. But hopefully, we can turn up tomorrow and get a result, and that's ultimately what we need to get. We'll see. I think Coburn's obviously going to feature. I suspect. I've got a feeling he might start. To be honest.
Well, leave your team because we'll do our usual segment where we do the team.
Yeah,
definitely.
I've got a feeling that we might see more of Coburn than a cameo appearance tomorrow. That's
we're going to do a draw, and I am going to do it for #something. And this is basically what you're potentially getting. That's got a name on it, what I'm covering. As you can see, and then round this light is really shit, but you can see that it's a travel cup, thermal travel cup for you to have your coffee, fits in your car. And all you need to do for this one, you've got until 10:10 to get it in. And it's basically #fix. #fix. And you will be entered into the free draw. So off you go. I agree with you. If it was at Hillsborough tomorrow, I'll be I'll be a lot more fearful. So also that Watford. I mean, don't forget if that Watford guy has proper got legs, we need to get him here. So if we can have that helicopter what Zian used and get it, back down here and get him over from Watford, then Bobby, if you don't write what's in that box exactly, pretty much, you won't get entered.
So I don't understand how you can fuck that up.
Yeah. On a different note, just as a shout out to someone watching, because Steven's just put the tweet in our chat. There you go. If you're watching, reply to Richard Cowley of our show if you're watching it.
That's great.
Yeah. Hang on. One sec. Right,
very good, Terry.
Hang on, let's get rid of this a sec. Right.
All right.
There is a comment of this is one. There we go. Take a screenshot of that and post that in the comments to Richard Cowley.
Yeah.
And we just go.
we all just need to point over that at the thing.
For fuck's sake. I've realised. I thought I've gone on the chat. I thought I've gone on our chat to say #fix. I'm getting this.
Let's do 1, 3, 4. Got it.
Chaps. I thought I'm commenting on our chat. I've opened up fucking Lions TV and I'm putting fix. I've been putting fix all in there. I was going to screenshot to the chat. I've been putting fix in his fucking thing. He's probably thinking this fucking Millwall podcast are coming.
Is he still doing a live stream?
Yeah, he's been streaming for about 8 hours. Fucking fair play. Credit where it's due. Fair play, but yeah. No, I've been commenting fucking. I thought, where are my comments? I'm commenting on fucking.
You are on here as well, but you're not. You're on here as. If people don't know, by the way, and I'll tell it now. Why not? Jay has this season started something what's close to his heart. He's doing a fantasy football show, which will be out tomorrow on YouTube. The podcast is already out. And him and Ben, they've done a couple of shows singly, and we've guests every week from different clubs. It's going down fairly well. It's growing. He does need some more subs. If people want to go over and give him a sub, it is called the Fantasy EFL Show. Yes,
see on screen now. I've commented fix.
Would you like me to put it up? Oh, there you go. So Fantasy EFL Show. He would love to have some followers and subs and. Is on Twitter. So good luck to him. It's not a bad show. I know fuck all about fantasy football, but I know fuck all about football to be fair. But
We went from 40 likes to 70 likes, and thank you guys. But there's still 120 watchers. So like the video if you've enjoyed it today. We appreciate your comments and feedback.
Let's all go on 30.
You've got 4 minutes left, and there's 35 of you in there. So at the moment, you stand a 1 in 35 chance of winning a prize. So
I can't believe I did that. That's fucking hysterical. I didn't realise I was doing.
Is it in your name or the show name?
That's in my name. No, my name. Jay Thomas. He's thinking this cunt. He's on Millwall. They're fucking coming after me. Oh, I fucking love that. That's brilliant.
We're gonna have to watch fix. To see what he says.
What he says, yeah. I've got a timestamp of it as well, so it'll be easy to find. Yeah, fucking hell, how funny is that?
Can you guys? Where are we? Can you guys?
Hashtag fix, guys, if you want to win the prize. Hashtag fix.
Bobby. What part of put it properly can you not understand, yogurts? Put hashtag FI Foxtrot India X-ray.
Very good,
Bobby. Please, mate. Yeah, I work on the railway, so we have to work with.
Isn't it Indigo? Not
Indigo. That's what I said.
You said India.
I think.
I said Indigo. Foxtrot Indigo. Did I say India?
Yeah.
I think Mickey's a Charlie Uniform November Tango, but there you go.
Charlie Uniform November Tango. Yeah, and it's Mike, not Mother. You're not actually meant to say Mother. It's Mike.
Ain't you, Mickey? You're Charlie Uniform November Tango, Mickey.
Yeah, and you're a fucking knobhead. And if you want that, that's Kilo November Oscar Bravo Hotel Echo Alpha Delta, or in your case, Dick.
Yeah, Adam's right. Adam is right. It is India. We say India on the railway, not Indigo.
I've done the tweet, by the way, guys. If you follow us on Twitter, be sure to give it a little pump and a retweet.
Put it up. Put it up.
I've done a little thing. It's quite.
So and if you're following on Facebook or you're on YouTube, just take the link and send it to a mate. Any group chats you're in, just send it in and go, "Oh my god, I can't believe Jay did that," and then everyone will come in. So yeah, it's all good. Subscribe, like, right. We have 2 minutes, and then we will do another prize. People tweeting him.
Yeah, I've tweeted him ourselves. We give it a little Brucey retweet. There you go. Hashtag fix, guys. Get your comments in. There's no more news though, guys. I'm waiting for.
Well, we're in the final hour now. It's the witching hour, as they call it, the witching hour, and we've got 5 potential deals.
Now that's better now. Look. That's better now. If we'd have done it like this earlier.
Yeah. So where are we at? We've got Emarku potentially leaving. We've got a Doggo or whatever his name is. Sorry if I butcher that. Potentially coming in. We've got Zian Fleming looks by all accounts to be gone. We've got the link to a Watford striker and a Serbian who has been at the ground, probably sitting in my seat since yesterday, and we have nothing. So what's going to happen? Chat, send us your thoughts. What do you think we end up with by 11 o'clock? The Watford striker, the Serbian, or no striker?
Brand new number 7. Omar.
Jed Wallace.
Wait, Jay, can't you just go back on Lions TV?
Ollie Burke. Ollie Burke.
Yeah. Can't you just go back on Lions TV, Jay, and just put like, come show our thing? He's got like 800 people watching him.
Yeah, he's probably banned me, to be fair. He's probably thinking, what is this? He probably said something that when I said fix, probably matches up perfectly. And he's probably thinking, fuck, like it probably, I can't wait to hear back what it says. But yeah, no, that's hysterical. So shall we touch on our potential lineups while we're in the witching hour?
Let's do it.
And and this is what we want.
Turfcast at Turfcast BFC 30s head. There is. It's saying Millwall asking too much demands, too little, too late. Rate our window out of 10 clarets.
What?
I think that's bollocks. Why the fuck would he be in a helicopter up there if that part of it weren't already agreed? You would
have had that agreed, yeah.
Yeah, it's all agreed. I mean, I don't think it's done, but I think, be interesting.
They would have had to have been willing to pay what we asked them, or we ain't getting in the chopper. Good with the job there. Yeah, look, we've got nothing to speak of right now, but we have got a game, as people have been saying. We have got some.
What's the start of 11, Jay?
the starting 11. Now, this is what I'd like to see. So I'm going to go Jensen in goal. Real good game. Actually made team of the week in the EFL fantasy for those fantasy fans. He was the fantasy keeper of the week, believe that or not. So yeah, very good. Ryan Leonard at right back. I'm sticking Danny Mack at left back. I'm not playing Joe Bryan. People on Tuesday did not do themselves any justice. And Harris even said people knocking on his door asking to start, don't fucking come anywhere near it this weekend. So yeah, I'm going Danny Mack left back.
Sorry, can I just ask you three, right? When was this said, unless I weren't here? Josh MFC Josh 07 on Twitter has written, someone put Woody, E4 Woody said at lunchtime everything was looking rosy, Millwall. Now it seems the Serb signing has fallen through. Fleming is leaving, so we're down to Coburn and Langstaff as our only two out-and-out forwards. Josh then replies and says that Millwall pod seemed to think he's signed, but they just want to wait to see if Fleming goes. Otherwise, they think the club might start panicking about finances. When the fuck did we say that?
We were spitballing on what we believe, what we think. This is what we think. You know, it's for context. We're putting our opinions out there. There's nothing concrete about it. We haven't said this is a guarantee. We've said this is what we think could be happening. As you
We're going viral again for not fucking saying anything.
Send it to me, Mickey. I want to see that. Send it
to me. But no, look, as I said, look, Danny Mack at left. We'll run through it quick. We'll do defence, midfield, and then attack all in one, in different departments. So Danny Mack left back. Joe Bryan was a shout of fucking shit on Tuesday, and not best pleased with him. So and then Cooper and Tango in defence. Stephen.
Jensen, Leonard, Tanganga, Cooper. I'm going to hate myself for saying it, but Joe Bryan.
Wow.
Wintle.
We already went defence first.
Oh, sorry, I didn't went defence. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I hate myself for saying it. I would really love Scanlon to play and give him a debut, and I really, really want to see that. I just think that on the basis of Harris needing a result, he's just going to go for that. He's just going to go to Joe Bryan as an easy. He's just going to keep him in his position. But I don't want that to happen. But I think that's what's going to happen.
I'm going to do a draw, gents. Go on.
Can I do his defence first?
Let me do my team first. Let me do my defensive team first. I'm going to go Willie Guerra in goal, Kevin Muscat right back, and then Robbie Ryan left back with Nevercott and Darren Ward as the centre halves.
Excellent. We'll win the game tomorrow with
that. We will indeed. Right. Here we go.
Good
luck. If it's Omar, we're fucked.
If it's Omar again, kick him.
I really want it to be, though.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Oi, Paul.
Oh, there we go.
Well done, Paul.
Well done,
Paul, if that's you, congratulations. Either give us a DM on Twitter or, again, drop us a email with the subject bar deadline day winner and drop that into info@thatmillwallpodcast.co.uk. So, yeah, we'll do another one in a bit. So,
okay, yeah. Mickey, you're back for.
Who the fuck keeps changing these fucking images? There we go. I've been asked a couple of times in the thing here about what's the charity, and basically those of you who want to do we're supporting this year is the Win Trust, which is a foundation set up to support boxers who've suffered head injuries, brain injuries. And obviously, our very own Charlie Wynn suffered one of these very things, and this trust was set up for him. If you do want to make a donation, this is a Just Giving page, so all the money goes straight to the charity, nothing to us. All you need to do is scan that QR code if you're watching back or whatever, watch on the telly, scan that QR code and make a donation. Anything you want, whether it be £1, £1 million, whatever you want to do, mate. It all goes straight to the charity, and every penny helps. And also, if you're doing any charitable events this year and you want to do it for a charity, then they would be able to much appreciate your support. So yeah,
Yeah, no, yeah, well done.
Thanks.
Yeah, Mickey, back 4 or 5 with the keeper.
I'm going to go with Brian Horn in goal. Terry Hurlock.
You can't name
Paul
the rest of the
Robbo.
team, can you? You can't name
Yeah,
the rest of the
I can.
team.
No,
You
I
can't.
mean,
No,
personally, I would go Tango. I would stick with Jensen. With Jensen. I would go with Tango. I will go with Harding, and go with the new Liverpool boy, which is
Leonard.
what, Callum Scallion in it. Scallion.
Yeah.
Is he related to your boy?
Long.
No.
And Leonard probably. Or
my actual back five, by the way, would be my actual back five would be Jensen, Leonard, Cooper, and Tanganga, and Danny Mack left back. That's what I'll go with tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I agree. Midfield then. I'm going to treat it as a 4-4-2 because I think Harris wants a result and he wants 4-4-2. I'm going to say Whittle plays in centre midfield with Casper Denore, and Aziz and Esse start on the wing.
Nice.
I think Honeyman drops out.
No, what more?
I think Aziz and no, I think Aziz. I think he'll play Watmore. I want Aziz out there.
Interesting. I'll come with mine. I think who do you have in midfield? Sorry, Jay. Midfield?
Ryan Wintle and Casper Denore.
Yeah, I think it'll be Wintle and Denore as well tomorrow. I don't think Saville will go again. It could be, wouldn't be surprised if he does. And I'd have Esse and Watmore, personally. I think Watmore has done nothing wrong not to be in the side, personally. Stephen, what's your midfield for, mate?
Wintle, Denore. I don't think it'll be a 4-4-2 tomorrow. I don't think the squad will be ready. I don't think he'll have it ready to go for tomorrow. I think it'll be Denore, Wintle as a kind of central two. I think it'll probably be Watmore. I think it'll probably be Watmore, Honeyman, and Esse as the 3 attack. I don't think he'll change that. I would go with a 4-4-2, but I think we'll see the 4-2-3-1.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Mickey?
I agree with you, but I'll give it my team. So there you go. Mickey's excommunicado, no longer with us.
Well, Mickey's doing sources, which could be a good thing. So
no, I'm here. Who? What in midfield?
Midfield. Yeah. Do your midfield, all of it.
And what are you doing? 4-4-2.
Whatever you want.
So it's going to be Esse, Whittle, Denore, and then who's going to be on the other side? Oh, the Reading guy. Yeah, put him in. Put the Reading guy in. So Femi. So yeah, there you go. There's a 4.
Okay.
And up front, Langstaff and fucking Coburn.
Yeah, that's what I'd go with if I could.
I'm going to say Langstaff and Coburn as well. That is the only 2 options. So
I would like him. I know Stephen's going to say Honeyman with Langstaff up front. I guess Stephen, is that what, or are you going to go with Coburn? So you think Coburn goes straight in? I have a sneaky feeling Coburn goes straight in as well for Harris tomorrow.
He's played games as well this season, so he's match ready.
Even though he's probably not even had the training session, he might have had one training session this morning with the squad. I do think Harris throws him straight in tomorrow. He's not having Langstaff for whatever reason. I feel like that's quite clear after his comments after midweek as well. I would quite like him to go potentially with, I say I like. I've not seen Bailey commenting today, so I can get away with saying it because Bailey has a go at me for this every time I mention it. But I wouldn't be against the argument of having Honeyman on the right, with Esse on the left, and then 2 up front, Coburn and Langstaff. I wouldn't be against that. I think it's weird.
I wouldn't, but he won't. He won't.
Yeah. But I know.
So, all right. So my question to you then, right, is that if he does go 4-2-3-1, right, which I probably think he in hindsight, I think he probably will do because he's going to want to get SA, Honeyman, and Watmore in the same team, and I do believe that Winchell is going to come in and start to give Casper Denoy a bit more freedom because he's a true defensive midfielder. Do you think that he starts Langstaff after recent performances, after the show on Tuesday night, and how we believe this is not that Millwall podcast saying Harris has anything against him, but we believe that he might not favour him at the moment. Do you think because Coburn has played games, he's probably arguably played more minutes than Langstaff this season, so he's match ready. Do you think he just sticks Coburn up front and leaves Langstaff on the bench in a 4-2-3-1? Because I think he does.
Probably. I think he probably does, to be honest. That's my gut feeling as well. And if you're Langstaff, you're probably looking at it going,
I'm fucked here, yeah. January
This doesn't want me. This is true.
Mickey's laughing. So what we got going on?
Oh, nothing. It was just Dan Marsh tweeting 25 minutes ago that it's sort of like these are the journalists you've got to deal with. That one to go and other podcast shows, but that Fleming's up north. Fuck me. I've got video. I can send.
Do you see what Richard Cooley's actually replied to our pointing tweet? He's actually replied, and he's put, "No Alex Grace, no party."
So I'll text back to Richard and say, Richard, do you want to come on and tell us about the Fulham player, just in case we sign him?
He won't come on.
God, he no chance. His phone would be going nuts.
Too busy right now. He's waiting to hit publish on the new article that's going to go live. That's for sure.
Oh, Jay's gone.
Jay's popped out for a second anyway.
You can also see there's Alex Grace. He's doing a live blog on our website. So you can see him there. So yeah.
Should we get Alex on? See if he's available to come on for 10 minutes and give us a little bit of insight.
Yeah, can do if he wants to.
Do you want to ask him if he's watching, if he's out there?
Yeah.
But yeah, so I'm a bit anxious though, guys. Where's the news? What's going on?
It's a bit.
What's everyone thinking in the chat? What are we thinking, guys? A bit of squeaky bum time starting to creep in.
What's that meme of the guy who was on The Apprentice?
I don't get nervous, but I'm starting to get a bit shaky. You know what I mean? I don't get nervous.
Yeah, it's a bit cutting it fine now. I can't. Realistically, I know people will say Amaku, and I understand that, and I'm not just disregarding him, but we've got two strikers. We've only got two strikers, and that's just not okay. I think clearly the way that it's worked, we've been linked with, obviously today we've had the Coburn link and he signed a Serbian guy, Rakovic from Watford. There's clearly a list of players that fit the mold of 6'2", 6'3". They got a whole list of them, and it's getting to the point now where they're thinking, well, one of them's got to sign. We've got to do something. Someone has to come in the door, and it's just a little bit of a problem, to be honest.
It's risky times. I'm on a bit of the edge of my seat right now. I can't lie.
I'll be honest with you, and I'm getting concerned. I'm getting concerned that we are going to miss out, and this is the one thing. I can handle the winger not coming in. I can handle that if that's not going to happen. I can handle even the Fleming deal falling through, but we have to get another striker. We just have to. We have to do whatever it takes. If that 3 million is now not going to be spent on the Serbian, throw it at someone else. Throw it elsewhere.
What about the outgoings? We know about
if the winger doesn't come in and you keep him Marco, you just keep him.
Yeah. Obviously Wes Harding as well. There's been no talk of him tonight, so no one would say Wes Harding.
I'm pleased about that because
I'm pleased, but I'm looking at Wes Harding. He must have thought, I can get a move out here. I've been told.
Yeah, but Cooley did actually say that the teams that were interested have probably filled that void now.
Wrexham,
Wrexham, which is probably a good thing. So we do get to keep him. I think we need to give him a place in the team.
Yeah. Didn't we all say, Ezzy, Didn't we all call Aziz in the midfield?
Yeah, no. Stephen called Watmore, which realistically, based on the form, it's going to be. But
plus, I don't think Aziz did enough. Again, I know a lot of them didn't do enough. I don't think he did enough on Tuesday to warrant Harris picking him again to start.
None of them did, and that's why.
No, they didn't.
That's why.
Yeah, I mean, look, with Aziz, it's another one of these, isn't it? It's a winger that they're going to be hot and cold. He didn't have a good debut. Again, it wasn't. It picked the bones out of the performance of anyone who played quite well, but he will have opportunities to play. I just think for now he's going to be off the bench, much like he come on. I think against Hull we got 15 minutes. I think that'll be another similar thing tomorrow.
Well, we're almost half hour.
Yeah, half hour to go now. We're getting quite worried. Unnecessary comment from me to add, but not in the top strikes is Gregory. If you sit at the Den or watch Mill games, a lot of people love Tom Bradshaw. I still don't see it. I don't understand it.
And I agree.
When he came off injured, everyone was like, "Oh, it's Bradshaw." I went, "Yeah, it's Bradshaw," but he's not done it. He's had that one flash in the pan season.
He hasn't, and for me, he's about as useful as a handbrake in a canoe. And that
if he wasn't injured, I wonder if he would have moved this at the end of this window because we signed both of them today. And if we signed this Ivanovic, I wonder if he wasn't injured, would he have got his move today?
Yeah, I think he would have. I do think he would have. There was too much talk. Now, when does a player come out and go, I want to end my career here, things like if they don't think something's up, and then the reports come out from genuine people like Corley and people like that, there is interest there. And I think he would have gone. I really do. But look, we are 30 minutes out, chat. And gents, and we have no striker in, we have no winger in, we have no Zian off the books, we have no Marco on loan. So I'm starting to get a little bit concerned. I mean, maybe I shouldn't be, these things do take time. We took a long time to get here. But yeah, I'm pretty worried. Thoughts on Rajovic, if I've not butchered his name, the Watford striker. Would that be a good striker to bring in? He scored a good goal against us, albeit it was probably offside, but looks a handful, looks pacey, young. What do you think?
I actually said prior to the Watford game, he was one to look out for, which obviously come back and bite me in the arse because he went and scored.
You did, yeah.
He also scored against us at Watford's ground last year when Wes Harding put us 2-1 up, didn't he? And then Rakovic scored again a free header. That's bread and butter.
Very good aerially. Very good aerially.
Really good. And from set pieces, again, it's going to be a danger. But if we're signing strikers like that, that's where you need your wingers. You need your creative players putting balls into the box. That's maybe where Aziz comes in. But again, if Marku's not going to be the answer, you need another winger on the other side that can put balls into the box. Yeah. It's the same question. It's, do you have a striker like Bradshaw that does all the donkey work? And then you need your attacking players of midfielders finishing it off.
We're on Richard Cowley watch. Move that comment away, please, Mickey, or whoever's on there, because we've got the tweet thread here, and we've got someone that follows us saying any chance of an update. And Richard's just tweeted, "I'd love to give you an update, but that is reliant on the latest accurate information that I can trust to stick out. I'm sadly not in that place at the moment." That was just now. It's dragging out, boys, but he's not said go to bed yet. And we've got also I see someone put in the comments about the deal sheet. So you can put a deal sheet in, I think. I'm sure you can do it in the Premier League, but I'm sure you can do it in the Championship too.
You can.
Where you can say, we've got the signatures to say it's done. The formalities are not yet there yet, but we've agreed a deal in principle. So it's not over till it's over.
I'm worried, boys. I'm worried.
Richard is still active. Richard is still tweeting, guys. So I love the tension. I'm loving it. I'm enjoying it.
I'm worried. I'm tense. This is getting tense. That I'm concerned. Mickey, you must have something to give us.
All I know is that the Fleming deal isn't done yet, but then you got medical and everything else, and don't write off the Fulham fella yet either. So I'm being told by someone at Fulham. So but I think there's a bit of transportation and whatnot there. But yeah, we're waiting to see.
Transportation. What are you telling me? You telling me we can't afford a helicopter?
I hate the fact that you have to do a medical elsewhere. You should be able to do the medical at your own club. Ivan Toney had a medical in London for his move to fucking Saudi. So I believe that.
Hang on. That's Saudi. They're higher out the whole of Harley Street.
No, they're not hiring them. The Saudi State own all of them, mate. That's
That's probably that's probably. Oh, mate, we need to touch on this because no, fair play, mate. Certain things are more important. Good luck, mate. I am good, genuinely serious for a moment.
Promise tonight.
He is on for a promise, so he's got.
What are you doing? Watching this for, mate? Watch you back tomorrow. Get
exactly.
Off you go.
But look, on a serious note, I am.
Listen, no. On a serious note,
hello,
Gracie, turn your phone sideways, Gracie.
Hey,
Gracie, we can't hear you.
Hello.
Turn your phone sideways, Gracie. There you go.
Bonjour.
Gracie is outside the training ground.
We can hear you.
Yeah. I wish I could be. It'd be great if I could be. How are we? We okay?
Oh, good.
Tense, mate. Very tense. We're half hour out from the end of the window. Have you got anything for us?
Hold on. It does kind of look like he's outside Camelot with the National Lottery. Have you won the Euro Millions tonight, mate? Have you hit the jackpot?
He's come on to tell us he's flying away.
Do you know what? I did buy a ticket and I haven't checked it yet. I did buy a ticket, but no, I haven't checked if I'm £100 million richer. I'd love to be. Yeah, it'd be great, wouldn't it? Joe, it's all very interesting, isn't it? It's all very, very interesting. I've never really known things to go so close to the wire, with Millwall on deadline day. It's very unusual.
No, that's it. Also,
sort of wrapped up beforehand, isn't it?
No, that's it. Also, screenshot this, send it to Richard Cowley, and go. That Millwall podcast has a party now.
So, for the context, Alex, I don't know if you've seen it.
We can do this. Look. Screenshot this one when it's just Alex Grace, and then send it to. Gents, I've got to take a call.
Add us back in at least. Come on.
For context, Alex, we treated Richard Cowley. He said, "What are you watching tonight?" We screenshotted a picture of us on the pod, and he replied,
I saw it. I did
no Gracie, no party." So the party's arrived.
I did see it. Yeah, I thought that was quite interesting. I saw that. I was like, "Go on, Rich."
Yeah, fair play. But look, listen, the show we've been running for nearly 3 hours, and the optimism is that Fleming was going. We're having this big shiny new striker for £3 million. Got Coburn in, and then all of a sudden, there's nothing. What
all gone quiet.
Thoughts? Yeah.
Well, I mean, look, I think I saw Rich tweet something out that said he's not in a position to give an update. And it's very strange for Mill to push things very close to the wire. The only thing I can think of is what they're going to do potentially is announce everything at once. That that would be the thing that I could think that they're trying to do. Is that they're going to announce it all at once. This light keeps going off and it's really annoying me. So I really don't know, mate. It's very odd.
Do you think that we're waiting on deals to happen? Like, do you think we're waiting on Fleming to go before we announce like the Serbian striker? Do you think we're dependent on other deals happening before we get ours done at all? Or?
It could be that. Because a lot of transfer dealings work in the way of a chain of different deals going. Like there was people earlier thinking that if Ipswich showed interest in Latte Lath as to whether that was going to affect the Josh Coburn deal. I did. I like that. I did find out whether.
Hey, babe.
I did find out whether that had any bearing on the Coburn deal, and it didn't. So that was fortunate for that one.
Yeah, we saw your tweet.
But it could be. It could be the fact they may well be waiting for something to happen for another thing to happen. So it's all very strange, and it all seems to be being pushed quite late. Again, none of it matters if it goes past the 11 o'clock deadline. It doesn't matter if the deal sheet is in. So that's where things become very interesting, obviously, because if you get the deal sheet through, you get as much time. Well, I don't think you get as much time as you need, but you get granted extensions to make sure that the deals go through. I think, look, from the latest that I've seen.
Well, you got a Watford striker link now. We've got another link. to another striker.
Yeah, that I'm not sure if there's anything in that. 100%. I'm not sure if there's anything in that yet. So again, you're waiting to find out. I mean, it's every time you try and get hold of different people to see if links are concrete. A lot of the time, you get a load of fake links. I mean, there was a link that went around earlier about a foreign striker. I mean, that I think was complete and utter tosh. First
Frick was it? I believe his name was Frick.
Yeah, Frick.
Yeah.
I mean, that's first anyone had heard of that one. I was quite surprised when I saw that. I thought, yeah, okay, it's an interesting one. But then half the time you look at the accounts and you look at who's tweeting it, and you think, right, okay, this isn't anything concrete. But yeah, look, I think we're in for an interesting final. However long we got left, less than half an hour now. So, but you look at it, I mean, it's very weird. My gut feeling is it's all going to be announced together. Would be my gut feeling on it. I mean, now that's not me talking from knowing or anything like that. I think that could be just what they're waiting for. They're waiting for different things to happen before other things can be announced. Because there was, I think Rich said it earlier about the potential of Wes Harding moving on. Doesn't look like that anyone's come in for him, does it? So he's still around, which did surprise me a little bit that they would let him go with only 2 centre-backs as cover, 2 aging centre-backs as well.
Injury-prone centre-backs as well.
Yeah, that I think it would worry me if there was only 2 as a cover with those 2 because of their injury records, their ages. It's not really the best for championship level to have players that are that age, particularly. And you look at the injury record of the 2 of them over the last 2 seasons. It's not been great, has it? So yeah, look, I mean, I think we're in a position now where we just have to wait. My gut feeling regarding Flemming is I think that will get done. The fact he's travelled up there would suggest that it's going to happen, or they're going to do something to try and make it happen. If it doesn't happen at that point, you're thinking, well, this is interesting then, isn't it? But look, I can't see the club agreeing to sell him unless it is a deal that is financially very viable for the club. I mean, as Rich said earlier, don't need to sell. And there is, I mean, I'm sure he's got an option on his deal. I'm sure there's an option on his deal as well. So, to extend it by a further year. So they must have got intentions or must have got indications that they're going to get a good figure for him.
What does a good figure look like, Gracie? What does that look like, do you reckon?
I think if you're getting anything upwards, I'd say judging by his form last year, was a bit inconsistent, wasn't it? I mean, if you're getting anywhere, I'd say between 5 and 8, I think is probably very good for him, considering that he's technically in the last year. All right, they can extend it by a year, but yeah, I don't think that between 5 and 8 would be a bad deal for him at all. But you also look on the profit that they'll make as well from signing him for, I think it was 1.7 million, wasn't it? So,
well, we bought out his sell-on fee to Fortuna as well. We bought that out, so we don't have to pay them. So
yeah, that's a smart piece of business. Look, I think there was a podcast earlier with Gary was on last summer, and he was very close to going last summer. Hence why they bought out his clause, so they get the full amount for him. But yeah, I really don't see these comments coming through. Really do make me laugh. I still can't get.
I actually think Gracie looks more like the guy that you all said I look like. To be honest with you.
Well, I've got a bit of a long beard at the moment.
It did match up a little bit. Mine was that long, but yeah, I could see he's a handsome fella as well. If you was going to say one deal, not an outgoing, but an incoming, if you was going to, your gut feeling, I appreciate that you don't, you might not know, your gut feeling to a deal that you think gets done for an incoming, what do you think it is? Is it the Serbian, or is that probably dead, do you think?
I mean, I would say that deal has got to be done personally. The fact he was here yesterday, he came in. I think the picture landed yesterday, didn't it? And I think Rich tweeted yesterday that he is having his medical. It can only surely be paperwork that's holding it up, or something like that.
Well, he's been included in the Serbia squad, so it can't be medical.
No, it's got to be some form of paperwork or something. I mean, there's so much that goes into getting a deal sorted that people don't realise. The amount of paperwork that they have to do, and it might be something like a work permit or something like that. I mean, there's
translator maybe. Harry probably ain't got good Serbian.
I mean, good God! I mean, there's so much that goes into it. I mean, I'd be surprised if it doesn't get done. But again, you just never know. I mean, without knowing what's going on behind the scenes, you really don't know.
Oh my God!
Did you enjoy your Babe Station call, Mickey?
Well, Babe Station, so yeah, but yeah. Omar, I've just given you something.
Got a lookalike for it.
All I say to you is we've got 18 minutes. Don't be going nowhere.
Oh,
okay.
Do not be going anywhere.
Jim Royal, lovely.
Get that door, will you, Bob?
Great, we've actually got a really good lookalike shouting for you, mate. And I hope you're not faint-hearted, mate.
I'm getting ready.
It's coming. Don't worry, it's coming. Anyway, you guys crack on for the meantime. I'm just uploading it now.
I'll just say maybe we need to start learning some words in Serbian.
Oh, well, that's obviously that is good news. Gracie, I did want to touch on the report of the.
You know what? I'm going to shave my beard off now. You know what? I'm going to do that.
That's a very good.
Oh,
no, that's what Stephen gets. Stephen gets called.
That's getting a bit harsh now.
Stephen gets called Claire Balding. Oh. So that person was saying that you're next to Claire Balding.
Oh, okay, right. I see. Now. Right.
What I was going to say is that the report of that Fleming would go in. The initial reports that we've all had have been it's been a loan with an obligation to buy with a fee agreed. There has been other reports coming out of various Burnley podcasts and things like that, and other sources that it could actually be. And Stephen was the one who pulled this up. That it could be an actual permanent deal off the bat. Any thoughts on that, or anything you may know about that sort of leak?
I have to say, I'd be surprised the club let him go on loan. I mean, I'd be surprised if they let him go on loan, because again, it's going to decrease the value they'd get at the end of the season, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Because probably I would say the club are in a stronger position, knowing that they've been after Morgan Whittaker at Plymouth, and they've seen the types of numbers they've been able to offer Plymouth, and it not happen. So, it's. I think, you'd be looking more at a permanent. Would be my fault, but again, look, I don't know. I generally don't know. From what I did see a tweet from Dan Marsh, he said potentially that it would be a permanent. I think a permanent deal is probably easier for them to. Is going to be one that the club would more likely accept than a loan deal.
Yeah.
In my view, put it this way, if I was the chairman, that's what I'd be saying. If you want the player, you either have him now, or you come and agree a new deal at another time. Because look, there's no means to say now that say they don't agree a deal, and the club can then enforce the extra year that he's got on his deal, and then they can. They can be hard bargains again.
Yeah, but you're not going to get money for him in a year's time.
Well,
if he has another,
they've got a year on
underwhelming
plus another year.
No, he's got this year, and then there's the clause for an extra for an option, and then but realistically, when he goes into his last year, you've got to make sure you do a deal what's right. And no one's going to offer you big money for that deal. So realistically, now is the best time to do it. Maybe January is your last option. But if he wants to run the deal down, he can do that a lot more. So yeah.
I mean, I think if you look at January, because the January window is a lot different, isn't it? You know, clubs panic buy, they do this, they do that. You know, if you look at Burnley's situation, they might be, I don't know, say Burnley are 18th in the table or they're 9th in the table, whatever. They need to get one player in that's going to be able to deliver them what they want, whether it's top 2, whether it's playoffs, whatever. They're going to pay the money. You know, that's what the January window is. That's why it's always so tough for particularly clubs like Millwall in January to go out and buy players, because the fees are always at a level where clubs are going to cash in. They're going to take the option. I mean, do I think he'll sign a new deal? I don't think so. I don't think he'll sign a new deal this year. And then you're going into the final year, which you're right in saying it's going to be very difficult to get a higher fee in the final year of a contract.
Got another lookalike of you, Grace, eh? You ready for it?
Oh, yeah, go on then.
This is from
Jack Osborne.
Well, I mean, that's closer.
That was my doing. I'm going to hold my hands up. That was my doing.
However, his beard ain't as impressive as mine.
No, definitely not. He normally has a more impressive beard, though, but couldn't find a better one. There are reports now coming out of Burnley.
I'm on a promise.
and like various people around Burnley saying that the deal is pretty much very, very close for Zian Fleming, and it's likely to be done. So I think we're all expecting.
When do people realise that? Right, listen. If Burnley are going to fucking get you a helicopter up to their ground, it's down to the medical, isn't it? And I just like that his dodgy calf doesn't fail him. But yeah, he's no, what was it called the other day? His unusual calf, wasn't it? Or his peculiar calf or whatever. Yeah.
I mean, usually if a player is going up to, it's very unlikely that a deal doesn't get done when a player goes up to another club. It's, you know, I mean, who was the one in January a couple of years ago?
Been deleted.
Peter Odemwingie was the one that never happened.
But that was brilliant.
He went on his own accord, though, didn't he? There was nothing agreed. He just decided to try and force a move.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's the writing's usually on the wall when the player's travelling up, because usually the club have given permission for the player to travel, you know, to go and have it done, you know, go and have a medical done, go and have something done. You know, it's very rare you see in any transfer story that a player has gone without. All right, certain things may still need to be agreed, like personal terms and stuff like that, but generally the clubs have agreed by then. So yeah, I mean, all right, they've left it late, Burnley, but again, if the deal sheet is in by 11 o'clock, then it doesn't matter. They can have the extension that they need to get the deal done.
I'm seeing if I can get a Burnley show lad on to give us an update on their end.
And like you just said, Grace, as well, that they won't allow him to travel without agreeing the premises of a deal, without Burnley being willing to pay the demand that Millwall are asking for. That would have all had to have been sorted before he travels. So I expect the deal probably will go through. The player clearly wants it. Burnley, I've never seen a club so persistent for a player. It must be 13. We must be in double-digit bids over the course of the 2 windows. So I've no issues that this is going to get done.
According to the man who I will not name, he reckoned that the deal was 12 million.
Yeah, it won't be as high as that this time.
No,
it won't be as high as that this time. No way. I mean, you've got to take into account the fact, you know, he didn't have the most consistent of seasons last year, and stuff like that. But I mean, I think if you look beyond Fleming, you know, it's a lot of pressure to put on someone like Romain Esse's shoulders, but you've got a ready-made replacement. You know what I mean? You've got someone there who can fill the role. All right, he's not going to be as consistent because of his age, but in time, and if you look at how the club have brought their players in this summer, you know, you look at Coburn, for instance, they're going to try and bring in younger players. It's just the way that the club is looking to move.
10 minutes left, guys. 10 minutes.
Agree.
Someone's just sent me a message saying that Burnley's got an hour extension, potentially. I don't know how true that is. I'm trying to get a Burnley guy on who
they can't do
knows
that.
what's going on.
They can't do that unless the deal sheet's been Unless the deal sheet's in by the 11 o'clock deadline, you can't.
They have to have all the they have to have that in, so that is they can do that if like Tracy just said, the deal has to be done, and it's just formalities now. So
Michael
for a deal
says
sheet, you have to have
transfers.
So for a deal sheet, you have to have a representative from each club has to sign it, and the player has to sign it. And if that's all been done, then and it's in by the time, then you do get extensions.
Has Jay Stansfield's deal collapsed to Birmingham, by the way? I've just seen that go around. That's ridiculous, by the way. It's a little bit of a side topic whilst we're waiting. £10 million in League One. Anyone want to comment on that?
Outrageous.
How are they not going to have financial fair play? Like,
do you know they're also paying Alfie May 20 grand a week?
It's outrageous.
With the deal for Stansfield, if it went through, that would have been 25 million. And I had this Barney back and forth with a couple of Birmingham fans, and I said that you're going to be in big trouble. Like, surely you're going to be in big trouble. But it's in League One, it works 75% of the revenue you can spend, and they all seem to believe that they're going to be all right. Because there is something that is called the SCMP, which is the Salary Cost Management Protocol, which then that rolls into 75% of your revenue that you can spend. You can spend that on this year if that 75% goes on wages. So they think they're going to be all right. And if that's the case, then that needs to be revisited, because 25 million in League One is...
they used to have a salary cap in League One, to be fair.
But no PSI in League One as well, Gracie. But then surely if they get promoted, then they're obliged to go by our rules, no? So, and it's a 3-year rolling thing, isn't it, as well, right? It's weird.
Yeah, see, I think the rules are slightly different for League One and League Two, obviously, because you don't get the levels of revenue that you get being in the Championship. There used to be a salary cap in the Championship, in League One and Two, because Charlton used to have issues with that. Yeah. And it used to cause them problems, like with what they could pay the players. But look, I mean, if it works for them, good luck for them, because obviously you see it when clubs come down from the Premier League, don't you? You know, they pay out a lot of the parachute money to go out and get straight back up, because it's massively important that they do, because of the wage structure and the money involved and everything. For Birmingham, if they don't come straight back up, there will be massive problems for them.
Oh, they're going to be in trouble, yeah, without a doubt.
Good.
Oh, they will.
I haven't forgotten Stern John. I haven't forgotten Stern John.
Stern John. Love Stern John.
I'll be surprised if they don't smash the league though in League One. I've got to be honest.
Set records in League One. Let's have it right. Set like records in League One. They should absolutely demolish that league.
Well, Charlton have got the points record, haven't they? Is it 106 or 102 or something like that?
Yeah.
Chris
they could well easily do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, look, they've got a goal scorer. I mean, Alfie May scored however many goals for Charlton last year, and if that Stansfield guy has gone, you know, he'll score goals in that league as well. I mean, I can't see them being in too much trouble, to be fair. Raheem Sterling's arrived at Arsenal, so there you go.
He has, yeah. Mickey, we've got another giveaway items. Mickey, another giveaway?
We have indeed. Let's whack it up again then.
I need to make sure I'm on the right YouTube this time.
I reckon hashtag Jed Wallace is back. Hashtag
Serb. Hashtag Serb.
Or hashtag Serb, yeah. Or hashtag Where's the Serb?
That's too much to write. Hashtag Serb.
Hashtag Serb. I'm gonna get another beer whilst we're doing that. Bear with, guys. Go down well tonight. They are.
What, another one? Oh, the wait, as people are rightly saying, Adam White says the wait is painful, but it will be so worth it if we come out with a big shiny £3 million Serbian striker to go with what we've already got.
You need to copy what's on the screen if you want to get into the draw, and you need to type what's on the screen to enter the draw. And we will do this at the 5-minute mark or at the 11 o'clock mark. That is true. I've had that confirmed.
What is true?
Ivanovic.
Is it what I think? Yeah.
You boys will get updated as soon as we come off there.
Right, here we go. Just had a tweet from Rich there. You might have just seen it pop up that Fleming is Burnley bound.
There we go.
So that would, I mean, it backs up.
We
what
broke.
a Burnley person told me before.
I will go back.
It was pretty much
Well,
done.
he actually does say later on in that tweet, Gracie, that so just to read the tweet aloud for everybody watching that might not have seen it. Zian Fleming is Burnley bound, as Gracie Wright says. It is what I've heard more than once tonight, so it would be a surprise now if it doesn't happen. Hashtag Millwall. Attacker wants to move as well. Space, but all eyes on what happens in terms of incoming activity. Do you reckon that could hamper the deal?
It possibly could do. Possibly. Look, I don't think they're going to leave themselves short. I don't think they'll do that. Look,
there we land, guys. Here it is in real life.
You know, if
Burnley bound.
I think it's very difficult. What you then have to look at is with the player as well. Look, if the deal doesn't go through and the player wants to move,
it's bad news. It's bad dressing room.
It's then very difficult to try and motivate the player then to stay. I mean,
absolutely, yeah,
it is difficult. You know, as we said earlier, when a player's gone up to another club, gone up to other, you know, he's gone there by helicopter, and it's very difficult. It's very difficult to then suggest that the player's not going to move. You know, I've had a couple of Burnley sources that I did check things with, you know, and they seemed pretty confident that it was going to happen, that they were at least going to give it a major go. If it doesn't happen, then it doesn't happen. But I'd be surprised. I would be interested to know what the fee is. I've not had a mention of the fee. No one's sort of even come out with what a potential fee could be. Yeah. So I do think it would be permanent rather than loan, though.
Peter O'Rourke is actually saying he's signing the paperwork and it is initially a loan.
See, that's surprising.
But again, that's a 50% source in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, see, now that surprises me because why let player go on loan when, you know, your best... Well, again, they may agree to that because it's what the player wants. So you've got that side of things as well. You know, at the end of the day, they've got a duty of care to the player as well. So they may well try and do whatever's easiest for him to move. Look, I can't imagine it's a deal that Millwall wanted to do. I can't imagine they would have wanted to lose him. But if the offer is too good to turn down, then of course the club has to come first, doesn't it? And look, there has been significant outlay. If the deal for the Serbian goes through, there is significant outlay that has been put up. You know, it's €3 million. That's a lot of money. And you've got to recoup their money somehow.
Yeah, you've got to look at the direction the club want to go in as well, Gracie. Like, you know, we want to become self-sufficient. How do you do that? You move your best players on. You buy low, you sell high. And that's obviously the direction the club want to go in. And as you rightly said, the outlay we've laid out in the ballpark of between £4 and £6 million, probably, when all fees are added up, something like that. You're going to have to recoup that. And it also helps us reassess the squad in January and assess again and be able to go again if we do need a shiny new centre half, for instance, or something like that. It does set us up for the future. We spoke about SA getting his new deal was probably a big part in allowing Fleming to leave with the resurgence of how he's played, getting his new deal. It also speaks to the youngsters coming through that, look, if you do play well, we will reward you. And if a big club does come in, you know, we will try and make it work for you. It will give them the belief that they can move somewhere without tying them down. I think this is a good move for the club overall. It is a loss. But, you know, for how we want to operate moving forward with James Berylson's plan and Gallen coming in and the direction we want to go in, it makes sense for all parties.
Well, look, I mean, at the end of the day, a football club's not built around one person. You know, it's exactly. A club. It has to be done in a way that's self-sufficient for the football club.
Yeah.
You know, if you look at last year, despite really last year's, you've got to say it's a bit of a poor season, really. But you look, despite that, I had the biggest home average attendance in however many years. You know, so the football club will survive. The football club will move on. You know, there'll be disappointment, of course, fan base from everybody. There'll be disappointment that he moves on. But
have I missed anything?
No, you're all right.
No, but are you going to tell us that we missed something or that we should be looking at something?
Zian's a Burnley player.
Oh.
And you might want to learn Serbian.
Ooh,
good. Okay, so where do we lay on the winger? Is there any updates on the winger? Has anyone seen anything on the Fulham guy with that potential coming in? That is still an area I think that should hopefully be addressed by it's gone 11 o'clock now. That should be addressed by now. Any thoughts?
Yeah. Go on, Marco.
Okay.
Go on, Ida, mate. Go set the world on fire, fella.
Well, it's clear that there isn't any outgoings other than Zian Fleming. So the squad
he's a great talent,
quite big.
Absolute great talent. Really, really great talent. And someone I think will go on and have a really, really good career. But I do think if he's not going to play regularly at Millwall, you know, then maybe they need to look potentially at doing a loan for him. But look, I mean, all in all, they say, what is it? All right, if the Serbian goes through, that's 11 signings in the transfer window. Can we say all of them are an upgrade? I'm not 100% sure. But you've got to give Gallen his credit over the last couple of days that he has pulled it out.
Done his job.
Take longer. Yeah, he has done his job. And all right, there has to be a loss to go with an incoming. But do you know what? The football club then can reinvest the money they get, and they can move forward. But just look at the amount of money that they spent on into the amount of money that they'll get for him.
Yeah, exactly that.
Exactly that. People might not like it, but the club are always going to be a stepping stone for players. Always going to be a selling club until they, at a level where they can not have to sell players. It's always going to be the case, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Want to do a giveaway, Mickey?
We will indeed. So, right, last chance. Get in.
Hashtag Serbs.
You got a minute. Are you Here we go.
Entries.
Here we go. Why is that Millwall podcast? That was you, wasn't it? There we go. Scott,
John, you have won a signed Zian Fleming shirt. It is on your way to you.
That voice you heard was Stephen guaranteeing you that shirt, but no. Stephen, Scott, John Roberts, either drop us a DM on Twitter or get in touch via email at info@thatmillwallpodcast.co.uk, and in the subject bar, please do put deadline day winner.
And also, ladies and gents, over 160 of you watching so far, only 4 likes. Get them like buttons in. We've been here for hours now. Drop the like on there, and hopefully we'll have some big news to announce very shortly. So get them likes.
Just remember, we broke Fleming when we came on air, and we broke some others. So
the best predictor of future behaviour is past behaviour. Take that.
And also, if you want the best show, then it's That Millwall Podcast. So subscribe, like, share, tell your friends, tell your parents, tell your grandparents. Are we final words from you then, Mr. Grace?
Yeah, look, I think, as you say, look, stay tuned. Don't go to bed just yet.
Here
we go.
Are we staying on air?
Don't go to bed just yet, and it'll be Millwall can announce that Cian Fleming has joined Burnley on a season-long loan. Then the next tweet, Idemo Amaku has joined Wycombe Wanderers on a season-long loan. Right, done. Cheers.
Are we going to stay live until we have an announcement?
I'll stay a bit longer. I don't mind
if we're expecting one. I'll stay if we're expecting.
I'll stay a bit longer. If people will drop out, then we'll.
I'll stay a bit. I'm all right for now. So yeah, but I would.
We don't want to get Alex mugged though. He's standing outside a lottery ticket sign. People are going to think he's
standing outside work, isn't he? That's what he needs to say. Yeah. Good show. See you later, Tom Clark. We'll be there. Congratulations to our winner.
Yeah, well done, Scott.
Well done, Scott.
Stay with us, chat. We're not leaving, by the way. We ain't leaving, so stay with us.
We need to. What do you call it? Let's.
I'll tell you what. Some of us need to be up early tomorrow morning for Oasis tickets, so they need to announce something. They need to announce something soon.
Some of us got to be up early to go to the Den tomorrow, Stephen. That's what you should be thinking about.
Yeah, that can come after Oasis. That can come after Oasis.
You know, I've had a few friends today that have texted me and said that they're in the early ballot as well, and you're like, I mean, just double check it's not a scam, lad.
Yeah, and also you're no longer my friend if you are, and I'm not.
Well, our very own Ben Green, his mate got in the ballot, didn't he? The early ballot, so he's got a ticket.
Happy days, well done.
Yeah.
Where is the Serb? Announce the Serb. Where is he?
I mean, surely it can't be too long. Surely, lads, it can't be too long.
Or someone announced the Serbs.
So, apparently, as well, that I'm not on Millwall. This isn't Millwall news, but apparently the Stansfield deal is now going up to 12 million.
Jesus Christ.
Insanity! It's
insanity.
insanity.
You know what? I'll have to message me Birmingham contact and say to him, "How on earth are you affording to spend all this money?"
They've had their pants pulled down. Liverpool signed Federico Chiesa for 10 mil.
Yeah, I know.
Like, they literally signed like a Champions
Italian
League
international.
Player.
Yeah.
It's.
Plus, he was in the Euro squad? He was quality in that Euros when Italy beat us. Yeah,
he was. Yeah,
but he fell out with
on Stansfield. Believe it or not. Oh, an interesting thing on Stansfield is that I think he signed a new contract with Fulham last summer. So that might be why the price keeps getting pushed up, is because, I think it was a new 2-3 year deal or something he signed last summer before he went to Birmingham. He scored against us last season.
Yeah. 12 million, though, is League One. This is League One, gents. League One. We're talking 12 million. Like, I can't fathom it. It's ridiculous. And surely they need someone's got to be looking at going, who do we test? Fucking him. Like, you know, it's mental. I mean, they're going all in, they are. It's typical American.
A lot of money. But we know with League One, if you don't get out of it in that first year, it's so difficult. I mean, Charlton been down there 4 years now. You know, it's a very difficult league to get out of, especially, you know, when you've got the tools like they have this year. If you don't get out of it, it's major problems for you.
No, as a slight off topic, but to the main event tomorrow, guys. Once we get Ivanovic in and it's all done, what's the score going to be tomorrow, guys? What's the score predictions for everyone in the chat? What's the Millwall score versus Sheffield Wednesday going to be tomorrow?
Score prediction.
Go on, Alex. I'll come to you first, mate. What's the score going to be tomorrow, mate?
I'm going to go 2-1. I think we'll go behind, and then we'll come back to win. That's my feeling. It'll be a super sub. Josh Coburn will get the winner.
Ooh. I'm gonna say 2-1. Yeah, Mill will win 2-1. If this was at Sheffield Wednesday, I'd say we'd lose 2-1.
Stephen, what's the score going to be tomorrow, mate?
2-1. Jake Cooper, first goal scorer for you, Omar. And we'll have a Remain SA winner to celebrate his new contract in the week.
Nice. Mickey?
He hasn't scored a home goal yet.
3-0.
No, he hasn't.
3-0.
Cool, bold.
Yeah.
Bold.
And by the way,
I want to go 2-1 as well.
Have you all done your prediction league as well? Let's touch on that. Has everyone filled out their prediction league?
No, I haven't either.
Oh, yeah, we forgot all about that.
I shouldn't have fucking said anything then, because then I might climb.
I've done mine. So, Jay, well done.
As a reminder, get your prediction league in because I lost out on the QPR one.
I missed tonight's game, but then again, I only got one correct result last week, and the rest was all zeros. I got 3 points last week.
Oh, dear me.
I climbed a little bit last week.
That Gary comment there, he was very formal with the way he wrote that, didn't he? 3-0 was in actually the words 3-0.
3-0.
He might be an English teacher.
Well, if he is, he's forgotten his full stop, so that's bad.
Eagle-eyed.
An eagle eye from the journalist, you know what I mean?
There's nothing on the thingy yet.
Where are they?
No. Well, clearly their deal sheets are in then because they must have got extensions.
We've got a big fucking Serbian. Big fucking Serbian.
He's just a big fucking Serbian.
Do you know that's what Fulham used to sing?
Did they?
Yeah, good.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that Serbian. I wouldn't mind him signing. That would be good.
Yeah, I mean, especially at this level, quality at this level, isn't it?
Probably the best striker we've ever seen at this level. To be honest, every time he comes here, he absolutely rips it to shreds, doesn't he?
Either him or Ivan Toney. I mean, Toney was very good at this level, wasn't he? Although a lot of people
we're taking the old Bobby on gospel here, but apparently
Burnley has. There's a talk. Burnley Football Club on Instagram is saying Burnley have 6 minutes to finalise documents. That was 16 minutes ago, allegedly. 6 minutes to finalise documents for Zian Fleming deal due to changing the deal sheets in the EFL clubs used to get a 2-hour extension, but with rules changed this season, this is no longer a thing.
Ooh. I mean,
interesting.
From someone, I did speak to a source who said that it would be tight for them to get it done, but they expected to get it done, but it would be tight.
I'm hearing from Burnley's side that it's done, but I don't know how gospel that is.
So just to recap then, Zian Fleming's gone, guys. What's our favourite memory of Zian Fleming at Millwall in a Millwall shirt? Here's one.
When he was sat in having his interview and he basically said, the fans say I come from Amsterdam. I fucking hate West Ham.
Good. Very good. That was not long. There it is. The start of the season.
Zian Fleming to Burnley is done.
How do you know that?
It's just been tweeted by Rich. It is done.
Yeah, done.
And we broke it here first. Again.
Done.
Oh, and also on that tweet,
Fulham is not happening
Go on.
now.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. So the loan deal for Fulham's.
So hang on.
So Godo is not happening.
Okay, so that's Fleming.
And Fleming is a loan with an obligation to buy. Rich has just said.
It's sold. It's an easier deal to do it over a loan. It just gives clubs better deals.
There you go, boys.
Financial, so you don't have to spend everything now. So yeah, he's gone. Wages off, everything else done.
And Idemo is not going, and
it's a good bit of business. It's a good bit of business. You've got to praise the club for doing the business that they've done. As you say, you spend the money, you've got to recoup it somehow. And they've taken what we wouldn't have wanted to see would be another Jed Wallace, would we? So where a player of that caliber runs down their deal and we end up getting nothing for him.
I'm expecting now, though, very, very shortly.
Serbian.
We should have an announcement now because
that would be
it should be far away. You would think
it should now fall at the stars will align now. Surely
would that mean that we built that? Does that mean that we beat Richard not once, not twice, but 3 times?
But I think my best Fleming memory is I agree with Anthony Smith. He's got against Rotherham. He's left footed Thunderbolt.
Oh, that was a banger, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But then again,
for me.
His penalty at Blackpool was quite big. I'm pretty sure he took the penalty at Blackpool, didn't he? When we were in playoffs. That felt significant. He was a big game player, man. I'm gonna miss him.
Southampton back in March, back in February was a huge one.
Yeah,
he's Weldy against Preston, and he's actually playing
Preston. Yeah,
Mike George. It's basically they have him on loan. So I'm told by Burnley lad is that it's basically a loan deal. Then goes into a buy deal. It just helps with financial
The obligation
with FFP, I imagine if they do a loan to buy obligation, it means the finances don't come out until next summer.
It's like paying it on Klarna.
Yeah,
like paying it on Klarna. They spoke to Klarna and got a little deal, and basically got a good way to do it with no interest. And
there's no way as far as I'm led to believe, there's no way back for Burnley. There's nowhere back for Zian. That's it. He is now a Burnley player.
And it's good because he won't be able to.
I just wonder if it's on the loan though that he won't be able, that hopefully he won't be able to play against us.
No, he won't.
Yeah, so if it's a loan deal, he can't play against parent club unless
they got exception. They might have got exception on it.
Yeah, see the loaning club would have to agree to him playing against them, which I can't see them agreeing to somehow.
Not a chance. Not a chance. Yeah. And I'm sure wait now. One more announcement.
I'm sure he'll travel down when Burnley come to the Den. I'm sure he'll travel down. Well, you would assume he would travel down, and then
probably left a lot of kit here. He's probably probably pick his boots up, I guess.
Don't worry, Dan Riggs will have them.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, it's like
he's already got a pair.
Generally, I think you can say he leaves with the club. The club and the fans are thankful to him. For everything he done for the club.
No reason to be hostile.
On that same thing, thank you very much to the Burnley lads who have been updating me with some mad stuff. Photos of helicopters landing at their training ground, helicopters flying over people's houses on the way to the training ground.
I saw that one.
Weird things over fences and stuff. You could probably get locked up for that. But and the Burnley guy, who you are, through a third person who's had some good information today. So thank you very much for that. And also the fellow who gave me the helicopter details, which is quite mad, but yeah. But we broke that 3 hours ago, and we finished the show on the fact that now he's signed. So, I think that's probably a massive exclusive on it. So yeah,
we done well.
Yeah, 100%. There's still one more though. How long is it going to take now? Because I'm sure the media team have been sitting there doing nothing.
No, I see. I think the problem is
it one more though?
Max used his credit. Max used all his credit yesterday, mate, texting you back. He's run out of characters now.
Stephen, you said something interesting there. Is it one more? What do you think? What's behind that then?
Richard's tweet about incomings. It's not. I know the lad from Fulham is obviously not happening, but if we're led to believe what other players were, what the link with the Watford guy, what's happened? There's still other players that. There's still other players that there's been soft links with. I mean, there's other players that are out there. I mean, I think Marcus Harness was one that was a soft link, but he's signed for someone else this evening, I believe.
That was a. I chased that up with an Ipswich source as well, and they said that he was going to go elsewhere.
Has he gone somewhere else in Harness?
He's gone somewhere else. I saw it.
I want to say Derby.
Yeah, Derby, I think that's right. I think Derby's right.
Yeah, I want to say Derby, but yeah, it might not just be the. I mean, we need a striker. Someone has to sign. I think as Mickey said, we may need to start learning Serbian pretty bloody quickly. But I think.
Welcome to a new feature with that Millwall podcast. Learn Serbian.
Language, yeah.
He's from Serbia. He only costs 2 million.
But it might not be the only one. I mean, I don't know anything. I wish I did, but it might not
be. I mean, let's be fair. They wouldn't let Fleming go, would they, without bringing somebody else in?
That's it, Alex.
That's
it.
It's mad if they let Fleming go without bringing someone else in. Once Zian sees Burnley in the daylight, he'll want to come back. That's a good one. Sav's giving an ace.
So
He's just signed a pretty good one up to a long contract in the week, the club. So we'll see.
3 hours, 20 minutes we've been live, by the way, guys. Cheers, everyone.
Well done, everyone. Thanks everyone for sticking with us.
Well done, you four. You've done
it's the long haul. It's the long haul.
Absolutely smashed by the end of this, I reckon.
This is my eighth brew dog. Brew dog. I've got an 8 o'clock alarm though because we've got important business.
I don't know. Do you know what? I can't start to think with Stephen when he did a 24-hour one.
It's for good calls, mate. It was for good calls, mate.
But yeah, there was a Sheffield Wednesday guy who done a charity 24-hour live stream for charity.
Good man. I hope he raised a decent amount of money.
I mean, to be fair, there's so much we talked about today, but there's so much we missed. We missed about the prediction league. We missed about other bits. You know what I mean?
But you know, I've not written the preview for the game tomorrow yet.
It's all right.
ChatGPT
does it for you normally anyway.
No, I don't actually.
Good evening. My pal in LA. Well, that ended up being pretty wank. What, the whole transfer window? Have you just been asleep for all of it and woken up?
And he's just woken up and seeing that Zian Fleming's gone to Burnley.
Yeah, but it is early though, isn't it? Over there. What are they, 8 hours behind?
Yeah, about that, yeah.
Come on, announce the sub.
I agree with you there, Michael.
Announce the sub. Announce the sub. Announce the sub.
It's 3:30 in LA at the minute.
Oh, so it's been up for a while then.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I think do we? I reckon they're not going to announce it tonight. I reckon they'll announce it in the morning.
Someone texted me about half hour ago about potentially waiting because it's a record. It's going to be a record transfer for us, isn't it? That they'll announce him at the ground tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yes, possibly.
But surely it would come out that we have signed him because they'll want people to get in their seats early for us to, they will have to put some sort of PR out there because they know people are going to be pissed off. It makes sense to just announce that we've signed him.
Jonathan Broski. This is going to be the best one all night, isn't it? Hello, lads. I'm Zanti at the moment. It's 1:20 here. How long do we have left of the window at home? The window is now closed. And Zian leaving must mean someone's coming in. I'm 11. Is it Mythos deep?
Yeah,
obviously deep. And so you're proper lagging. Well, Zian's gone for 62 million. And we've pretty much we've signed a player from Man City who's supposed to be the next Ronaldinho for 23 million. So nice little profit.
But a really busy day today.
And
busy day.
50 million down the drain.
Right, lads, I'm going to have to go because my phone's got about 2% left. So
nice one, Gracie. Thanks, Joe, mate.
Cheers, Gracie. See you later. Bye.
Thanks,
bye.
See you, mate.
Well, I think they're right. I think there will be an announcement tomorrow, but you know damn well that someone's watching this, and as soon as we come off air, they will announce it. So
it's interesting. Before we, I don't know what if we're wrapping up, but looking through Twitter, just scrolling through the last sort of 30, 40 tweets, all relating to Fleming. One's positive, one's negative. It's a proper divided transfer. I think it's because of the timing. People are saying, why have we waited till the last hour for it to happen and stuff?
That's when Burnley come in, I think. So I'm led to believe.
Well, yeah.
Couldn't get Whittaker, and they went down the list, same as they did last time. Just last time they didn't get him, but he was fourth on the list last time, and he's probably a couple down the list this time, which isn't a great advert that a club loves you, but hey ho.
Anyway, guys, if you're new around here, subscribe, like the video. We appreciate you all watching along with us. 3 hours and a half we've been going for nearly. Listen, it's been a mammoth effort.
We are your number one podcast. There's no ifs, there's no buts, there's no pussyfooting around. We don't sugarcoat anything, and as you can see, our sources aren't the ones what you put on your table. And yeah, final word, Stephen.
Make it smaller. So you can see the logo.
It's Omar what keeps moving it.
I don't touch it, mate.
He keeps doing it on purpose.
He just left you, ball cunt, so shut up.
We were like that a minute ago until you fucking get involved.
Don't fuck about, mate, all right? You're gonna fuck about, you'll find out.
Brave fucking boy. Come on in. What are we doing? Right, final word, Stephen.
I'm happy to stay. I'm happy to stay. I don't give a fuck. I'll give it till midnight. Bollocks.
Final words from me. Zian Fleming is gone. Good while it lasted. First bit of business of the new era. Buy cheap, sell expensive, and move us forward. 2-1 win tomorrow. SA to celebrate his new contract, and by all accounts, we do have a big Serb.
That's it. And Jay, we fucking do need to win because I need to edit this so it's out in the morning, and also I've got a fucking video for you to edit.
Yeah, very true, mate. Yeah, no, look, thank you, Zian,
Final words.
The good time. Yeah, thanks, Zian, for the good time, and yeah, hopefully we
no final words, lads. Sorry, no final words. I got one. Oh, it's Jayland. Oh, sorry, I've got one for you. Burnley's Twitter, guys. We might stay a bit longer. They've tweeted, "There we land." Quite literally, there we land. Do you know what? I'll give Bono Jill this one. So I'll get on the screen right now. 1 second. Sorry to interrupt you, Jay. But Burnley have tweeted, "There we land," and there it is. It landed. There we. You know what? Burnley, 10 out of 10. That's quality.
Love that. I love that.
There we land.
That's it, innit?
I think Millwall now, you know. I think honestly, I'm happy to stay a bit longer if you two want to fuck off. I'll stay. If Jay wants to stay, I'll stay a bit longer till it gets announced.
I will stay. I'll stay for a good half hour.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I'm going to shoot off, boys. It's been a pleasure. I thought it was going to go a bit different to that. Omar, I will be in contact with you very early tomorrow morning about an Oasis ticket, hopefully.
Yeah.
And if anyone else in the chat is looking to get an Oasis ticket, I wish you all the luck in the world, but just don't get one ahead of me.
I might just apply in the morning, go up in the morning and apply. And if I get one, I'm just going to gloat in your faces.
Remember when I got you a Blur ticket for £3 and your daughter as well. Anyway, right, I'm going to shoot off, boys. And I will see you hopefully at the den tomorrow, everyone. See you, boys.
No worries.
Actually, I better make sure I don't close the stream this time like I did last time as well.
Hey.
Probably.
You know what? A fair play to them on that announcement. That's very good. Big fan of that.
Come on, Millwall, announce it now. Surely they can't send us to bed going, "Oh, we've just fucking lost Fleming and nothing." They can't do that. They can't. They have to give us something. We have to have something. Probably be Harding goes out on loan or something. That's what it'd be.
No, I don't think anyone coming from him.
They need to give us something because I'm definitely calling it at midnight because I want to play Black Ops 6.
Should we call it now then, Jay? Should we do it?
No. You know what'll happen? As soon as we'll end the stream, it'll be announced.
Yeah.
You've got to give it an hour after 11 o'clock. You have to allow them to get all the things sorted out. It's obviously a late deal. We've got to give them an hour. So I'll think 12 o'clock.
You think they will drop tonight? Like, I mean, like if you're a football club, like I don't know, you must think they're going to announce tonight.
Why would you want to send your fans like to bed unhappy and just set it up?
I am done because I've got to do some editing as well in a minute, mate. So yeah, we need to freaking figure out because I've got to edit this up, and also I can't end because are you mainly logged in, Omar?
I think so, but we'll end it now if you want. I don't mind. We'll end it now if you really want to.
You want to kill it now? Should we kill it now on the half-hour mark?
Yeah,
we know what's coming. We know what's coming, so yeah. Right, final words, Omar.
Well, Millwall just announced that Fleming's been departed Millwall. Millwall can confirm that the departure of Cian Fleming on loan for the 24-25 with an obligation to buy at the end of the season. The club reluctantly accepted a substantial bid for Cian as he wishes to embark on a new challenge. Oh, they've pinned it on him. I'm happy
reluctantly as well. Reluctantly.
Listen, I'm happy for us to end it, but can we just get this tweet up quickly to discuss this very quickly before we go then? This is a very much push it on him. Wow. That is a very much push it on him. I think they're going to announce a Serbian in a minute. I think the Serbs announced any second now.
Yeah, so do I. They've put this out. I think
you're referring to your sources, HP and Hines. Find out because I'll stay. I'm not leaving.
He's on the phone. I'm not fucking leaving.
I'm not leaving.
He's on the phone. He's on the phone. We got a big Serb.
Talk me through this, mate.
Reluctantly accepted a substantial bid. Oh, I don't like it. This says that Zian has done us dirty. That's what that fucking says to me. I don't like that. I don't like how that's worded. I think that does, like you just said, pushes everything onto him. The picture they've used as well, he looks very unhappy in that kit. He's not smiling or nothing. There's no farewell. It's just very blunt. Look how sad he looks. We've reluctantly accepted a bid because he wants to fucking go. And see you later. Yeah, mate. That is
very cutthroat, I think. That's like the way they've announced that and said that. I don't know. I think that's very
I agree.
That's I've never seen us announce so like that, to be honest.
I think that's terrible. I think that's terrible.
See that and how they said it, it's like a kill ties of you. I've not seen the statement yet, but I'm half expecting a one word like a short one sentence statement now.
I will get the statement up. So the statement says, and I will read aloud. The club reluctantly, the Dutchman who joined the Lions in the summer of 2022 made 92 appearances for the club across 2 seasons, scoring 23 goals. He also won the club's Player of the Season award in 22-23, finishing top scorer as he hit the back of the net 15 times. The club would like to thank Zian for his service whilst at Millwall and wish him all the best in the future. It's very short, it's very to the point, and it doesn't really do him any justice for how it sounds like he left. It must have been, probably hasn't ended on the best of terms, to be honest, reading that.
It hasn't. It's having a dig at him.
Oh, 100%. But I fully expect now, so for us to make an announcement. Mystic Mickey's on the phone. The club have just released a statement that Zian's leaving. And we was just about to go off air. I think this could be it, ladies and gents. I think this could be it. We need to give it until the magic hour, until midnight, because I think that we are going to have what we've been waiting for what will be 4 hours come the time. We could have a big, shiny, new 6'3" Serbian up front for a club record fee. So stay with us. Omar, I hope you've got 1 or 2 more cans left.
I do, and I need to empty the tank, mate, because I've broken the seal a little while ago.
You go and empty the tank. You go and empty the tank.
Before I go, Jay, we've got a tweet from Sir Richard Cowley, mate, that I'm about to throw on the screen for you in the next 5 seconds. Here it goes, mate. 3, 2, 1. Boom. No fee disclosed for Cian Fleming, but Burnley paying $7 million plus for the Millwall number 10. Had been mentioned at the end of last season, the Amsterdam attacker was set on a move away after missing out on a Premier League move with the Clarets when they were promoted under Vincent Kompany. $7
million plus. I like that. I like that. That could be.
Chat, if you're still here, you must. I can see 100 of you still in the chat, but not. What do you reckon? $7 million plus for Cian Fleming. What's our thoughts and feelings behind that one?
Yeah, and how much do you think the plus is? What do you think this moves up to? And also, there's still, like Omar said, there's still over 100 of you watching 3.5 hours in. If you have spent 3.5 hours with us, we thank you. But don't let it be there without a like. Drop a like on the stream. This is once in a blue moon, once a season that we're doing this, once in a lifetime to have something to talk about on transfer deadline day with Millwall. So, yeah, stick with us. Drop a like. because we could be set up for the very final minutes of the big announcement, the one that we've all been waiting for, the one that will send this transfer window for Millwall into from good and okay to, yeah, this is the best transfer window we've had in a while. So stay with us if you can. If you can't, we appreciate it. And if you can't, on your way out, please drop a like, because we are here with you, giving you up to date as it happens news. We are your best source for the transfer news coming these last final minutes.
Jay, I'll be back in 1 minute, mate. You're going to have to go communicate on your own for a second, mate.
No problem. And as we await diligently while Mickey is on the phone, presumably getting some information, are you happy, ladies and gents? Look, Emarku hasn't gone out on loan. He's staying. The Fulham guy is not coming in. Harding, allegedly, as it stands, I mean, this could change, something we might not know about. As it stands, Harding stays, which is good news for the defensive backups, not being just Wallace and Hutch. What's your thoughts so far, guys, especially on that fee? Upwards of 7 million, so 7 million being the minimum. Good deal. Seen a few comments saying that this is a good deal. Lawrence says the goals and assists we lost could be priceless. Can't not the fee. Agree, but with the strikers that we're potentially bringing in, could really alter that. So, yeah, Mick's chatting with his mates from the hairdressers. It would be a very short conversation if he is. So, yeah, good fee, fair money for him. What the fuck were Borough paying? 8 million. Yeah, had Borough's pants down. But if you remember the time when Saville played for us, we was playing him in a cam. He was like a number 10. He scored a lot of goals. And it worked out for us because we scrapped the rest of the fees that they was paying us, and we got him back for nothing. So, it did work out in the long run. But keep getting your comments in, guys, and stay with us, like I say, because we could be about to announce something. So Lawrence says, gutted we didn't push the boat out to get Coburn permanently with the money we got for Fleming. I think that the money we got for Fleming is going to probably be used and was a hindrance on the Serbian deal. And obviously we had to get Coburn in early because you can't risk these falling through. This is obviously late stuff and it's a big risk to end up with nothing. So you get Coburn on loan and then you hope that he plays well, but not £5 million well. And we knock Borough down in January or in the summer, next summer, and we get him for cheaper. So I think that's a good fee all round. Joe, thanks for joining us, mate, across the ocean there. Great fee. I imagine he gets a nice pay bump. Yeah, he will do. Good for both parties. Wouldn't he scored against West Ham? He's playing in claret and blue, which is, I'm not going to find that too pretty to look at, but never mind. He's not a Millwall player anymore. We have to accept that, and we move on with some club changing money. Let's be honest, it is club changing money. So this will set us up for the years to come. We've give SA a new deal. We've spent a lot of money. We've probably spent upwards of 4 to 6 million. So, we've recouped that money. Financial fair play will work in our favour from it. And like we said, it sets a good precedent that if you perform here, we won't stand in your way too much. We'll do what's best for the player and for the club. Chris, this would be funny if they didn't go up and we did. I don't think
wouldn't it just?
Happen.
That'd be brilliant, wouldn't
I don't
it?
think that's going to happen. But Mickey's back off his phone call. Omar is draining the sea snake. Have you got anything for us, Mickey?
Yes, I'm led to believe that there's an announcement coming from Millwall very, very imminently.
You hear that, ladies and gents? Mystic Mickey, there is an announcement coming shortly, or led to believe, shall we say, because we've learned that our words do get twisted, do get turned into something it's not. So allegedly, we are led to believe, enunciating the allegedly and the led, that Omar, if you're just joining us, Mickey has got off of his phone call with his mystic ball, and we are led allegedly to believe that there is an announcement from the club.
I have to say, right?
Shortly.
I have to say that is probably the most dog shit fucking post I've ever seen. That is, for a Millwall fan, okay, Fleming went, but it's more of it's more of that, and also read what he said.
Can I just point something out? People were saying that the Jay Stansfield deal was 12 million. Birmingham have agreed an extraordinary fee for Jay Stansfield. We believe it's a guaranteed 15 million plus 5 million in add-ons and a 20% sell-on clause and a 100k bonus if they are promoted to the Championship, and will likely set a record that will never be beat in League One. 20 million pounds.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Not the announcement.
Doesn't it look like he's signed for West Ham?
It does, and look, whatever. We don't care anymore. Thanks for the memories. Don't look back in anger. We will send him off with best wishes, but he's not a Millwall player anymore. So we don't care. Nothing to talk about now. We got good money for him. Happy days. That's going to be reinvested in squad, like I just said. Let's move on, because very shortly we're going to have some good news and even better news.
It's happening. So yeah, it's just waiting.
So yeah, just stick with us. Like I said, guys, look, only 5 likes as well. Again, please drop the likes. It will be 4 hours that we've been with you, and we appreciate 4 hours that you've been with us. Don't let it go in vain and for nothing. Drop a like on there and just show us that it's worth it.
Drop a subscribe. Give us a sub. All of that. So yeah, don't look back in Tanganga.
Don't look back, Tanganga. Heard you say. It is all part of the master plan, Frankie. That's what we're saying. That once one domino falls, they all start to fall. So Max is probably
don't look back in anger. Master plan. Oasis songs. Come on, let's get another reference in.
Let's see your Oasis references. Zian leaving and potentially the Serb coming in. Let's see what you got.
Trust in the process.
We'll pull your best ones up.
That's not an Oasis song. Need some more Oasis references. Come on.
The King is
dead.
The King. Slide
away.
My favourite song as well, by the way. Slide away.
Yeah, let him slide away. Bye, Fleming. Slide away.
You got to roll with it.
Yeah, you just got to roll with it.
You got
no more Dutch fans down the den. I reckon you'll still get the Dutch fans down the den, but now we're going to have Serb nutters.
Stop crying your heart out. Yeah.
We're going to have the Serbs like you see in America when they turn around with a shot. Fight and win. They're going to be standing. There's going to be flames.
Listen, boys. So, yeah. We've got to stop crying our hearts out, and we've got to roll with it. And we've got to let it slide away.
Oh, mate. I don't even know if I'm going to be, if I switch off and think, have you got to make, can you end the stream?
I can say end the stream, yeah. You're going to go?
Well, I'm thinking about it because.
Why don't you just remove you? Why don't we just remove you? You can still leave the camera on, but you won't be in the lobby anymore, and then we'll be here for another 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, and you can do whatever you got to do.
Yeah, just leave you in the green room.
Yeah. Just
do that. There we go.
And that way, if something does pop up and you want to rush back, you could just put yourself back on screen.
There you go. Poor Mickey, it's past his bedtime. When he gets a certain age, I suppose, in life, it's quite difficult for them. Do you know what I mean? So, and I know you can still hear me.
I knew he was going to come straight back.
I know you can still hear me. Quite hard, when you get to a certain age in life. When you used to be ex-fan and stuff, the stress is. We're staying. I'm not leaving. I can
leave it. No, it will. I hope it's worth it. By all accounts, we believe it is, chat. So stay with us this Friday.
Mickey, stop fucking about, mate. We're live. Stop fucking about, you prick.
Yes. Stay with us.
Who did we sign, Tommy? We've signed today Josh Coben, and we're about to sign, we believe, Mr. Ivanovic.
The big Serb.
We think the deal was done, and here we land. The deal
we think.
Done.
We think. We've learned that we can't say things without people giving it absolutes. So we have to use words like allegedly, we think, Possibly.
Maybe I deal with absolutes.
Yeah, and words like "we are led to believe." So we don't do if, buts, or maybe. So what are you laughing for, Chris? Yeah, we don't do we don't do absolutes. I'm being serious.
I'm being serious. I'm being serious.
He's the best football player in the world. A helmet, absolute helmet. Yeah, just I know that it looks like we're absolutely fucked, and that's because we are, and we're struggling to keep you all entertained. So, what do you want to discuss while we're waiting, chat? What's on your mind? Tell us what's on your mind at the minute. It could be anything. It could be about the game tomorrow. It could be about a signing. It could be anything you want, just to tide us over until we get that final announcement. We've covered everything twice, 3 times over. There isn't anything more that you haven't heard already. So let's turn it over to you. What's on your mind? Tell us what you've got going on, or what your thoughts on anything, and we'll pull your comments up. And hopefully you won't have to do that for too long.
Do you know what, Jado? We're going to live forever, mate.
We are going to live forever.
We're going to live forever.
We are going to live forever. Again, one of my my top 3 favourite songs.
Oh, okay. Team that's weaker after the window.
Oh, really? You need some cigarettes and alcohol. I'm sorry. Look, I'm not married with children, but you need to. That sort of comment there is supersonic, and I think we need to bring it down.
Yeah, and roll with it as well.
And roll with it and throw it up in the sky, because that's not the sort of comments that we want up here. I'm interested to know why you think the team looks weaker. And I love this comment. Which one of the village people do you think Mickey would be best at? I think construction worker. All right. What job do you think Mickey is best suited at? Yogurt. What job? Let's have it in the chat. What job do you think Mickey is best suited at? Just on appearance.
I reckon a Terry Tibbs impersonator.
Terry Tibbs impersonator.
Talk to me, Terry Tibbs.
I reckon like a mall cop.
Yeah.
Someone like the Glades in Bromley, but he hasn't got authority. He's just allowed to shout, "Oi!" And that's as far as it goes. And then he has to ring the
Lollipop Man. Lollipop Man's a brilliant one. Yogurt tester, cop, yeah.
He's the biker from the village
people. On a Harley Davidson with a bow on the back, and he's going, "She's electric." Hey,
Mum, I'll tell you what, we have got to say it all related. Darren says, "Does this mean we're now going to set up 4-4-2?"
4-4-2.
Omar would fucking loves that. There's no point asking that.
The
answer that is an absolute answer from Omar. But yeah, I think so. PCSO Mickey.
PCSO Mickey.
PCSO Mickey. I think he could be a shaker maker.
Yeah, I think he'd be a shaker maker. Yeah,
something like that.
He'll cast no shadows. Shadows.
Love that. Do you remember the when they got Paul Merson on Sky Sports to get as many Oasis references in as he could? Yeah. That was so good. Like, he did so well there. At one point, you couldn't even catch on because he was doing it so well fluently.
Do you know what they say though, Jay? Some might say that Chris Kamara is better than Paul Merson. Do you know that one? No.
What one? What are we talking?
Some might say Chris Kamara is better than Paul Merson.
Sorry, it has been 4 hours nearly.
We're sitting. Do you know what? And I want to shout in the chat. There's 100 odd of you sitting here watching us do Oasis reference. So I'm trying to drag this out until we get an announcement. You know what? I'm very impressed.
What?
Car salesman. It'd be Terry Tibbs. I'm telling you, Terry Tibbs.
Pretty sure. Or work in like one of them market fruit and veg stalls.
Yeah.
Fruit and veg stall. Yeah. Chim chimney, chim chimney, chim chim chiroo. Look at this Dutch cunt in claret and blue. Best quality. But we don't want to be singing, you know. I hope we don't have to see him personally. I think he'll haunt us. I do. Bradshaw's done. Bradshaw's absolutely the writing's on the wall. Bradshaw, I think he's finished at the club.
It feels like everything that stopped him leaving this window was Neil Harris, Bradshaw.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. And some might say it's probably a good thing that he's going to leave.
Yeah. If you have a beer, mate, I'm here. I've got them locked and ready, mate. Let's go. If you're going to the game tonight, mate, let's grab a beer before the gate.
And Mickey, you've been away, but little by little, you are back.
I'm back.
Little by little.
I'm back is for this reason and this reason only. One is I completely, utterly fucking forgot that Burnley colours are the same as West Ham, and Zian.
Do you want to put the picture up, Omar?
Zian going into there, pretty much, he's going to get dog shit abuse from every Millwall fan in the country.
Signature.
Okay.
I do like the way that the fan, that one of the comments on there turned around and said, Burnley paying 7 million for Zian, you have been absolutely robbed. But good. You know,
Bobby, you would fail a medical, mate, a mental medical.
Have they been robbed?
I don't know. I think Bobby's talking shit.
No, I don't think they've been robbed. I think it's a good deal for them. It's a good deal.
We have to get used to this, guys. Oh, look at that.
Oh, that is an awful.
Just take it off. Thank you. Goodbye. Right, Jets, take that off. Take it off.
I'll take it off. 1 second. Bear with.
Right. Okay then, gents. We're going to go through the alphabet.
Oh.
Okay. And you're going to go. Actually, what should we do it? Should we do it another way? We'll do it another way. I'm going to go 20, and we'll make it fairly easy for both of you. 2010 to 2020. I want you to tell me, and we'll see whoever goes. Go on him. So I want you to give me a number of how many Millwall players you could name.
From what? So what years?
So from 2010 to 2020, how many first team players could you name? You're okay. Are you going to go higher than Jay?
I could 10. I could name 50.
Or you could go. Prove it.
I see what you're doing here. I'll let him go first, and I'll see if I can up it.
No. I'll do a different year. This is the first 2010 to 2020. Can you name more than 10 players? Yes or no?
Yeah.
And he's Googling, by the way. He's been caught.
I'm not.
Okay. How many are you naming then, Jay?
What? Are we starting at the year 2010?
2010 to 2020. It's not tricky.
All right. So you want to just randomly pick names from them 10
It's not
years?
fucking hard. Name me.
Jay, how many players from 2010 to 2020 can you name for Millwall?
What did you say?
I said 50. You can name more, or you go name them.
You said 10 to start with, but yeah.
I was going to say...
I went 50. I think I could do 50.
You think you could do 50? All right. I'm going to say... Oh, I don't know, because the squads were quite similar as well. I'm going to say name them.
Name them, yeah?
Yeah, I'm going to say name them. I reckon I could do more, but I want you to name them.
Okay. I'm going to go. David Ford, Jordan Archer, Mike Taylor, Steve Mildenhall, Ryan Alsop, Stephen Bywater, Bart Bielkowski, Ben Amos, Jordan Archer. That's 9.
You named him twice.
Okay, 8.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll go to old positions. Right backs. Alan Dunn, Adam Smith. So that's 10. Jack Smith. Jesus Christ, how many more right backs? Ryan Fredericks. So that's 12. What else we got at right back? Anyone else at right back? What year is Marlon? Romeo, 13. And then I'll go left backs. Why not? James Meredith.
I can name more right backs.
Probably James Meredith. Listen, I said 50, all right? James Meredith.
What are you on? 13, 14 now?
14.
They're all going to be right backs and left backs.
Scott Barron.
15.
And Andy Frampton.
16.
There's more left backs that are missing me right now. But I'm going to be on
You're running out of time as well. I'm going to put a time on you in a minute, mate.
What? Okay, Paul Robertson, Danny Shitu, Darren Wards, Shane Lowry. That's 20 I'm up to now.
Should have given you a time limit, shouldn't I?
Well,
then I'll name it in a minute, I mean.
50 is quite hard to name in a minute, mate.
Yeah,
I know, that's why you shouldn't have gone that high.
You didn't tell me the rules before I fucking started, did you? I'm up to 20 and I've done defenders. I'll go into other positions if you want me to.
Well, where else are you going to get the 50 then?
Chris Hackett, Liam Feeney, Jay Simpson, James Henry. It's quite difficult. You've had a few.
Well, I win. I'm going to win.
Whoa. Mark Laird, Liam Trotter, Jimmy Abdu, Adam Boulder. Fucking hell. David Martin, Dartford Dave. I think I'm up to about 29. Who else? There's not going to be enough strikers that I'm going to know. I can't remember who I've said at this point now. I've got a bit blank. I'm going to go to strikers. John Marquis, Neil Harris, Steve Morrison, Matthias Renigi, Gary Taylor-Fletcher, DJ Campbell. So I'm up to 36 now. I'm not going to get 50. I'm going to stop now. I'm going to quit whilst I'm I've had a few too many. I could definitely get 50 while sober.
Oh, we'll come back to that, but we'll put a time limit on it.
All right.
Yeah, we'll come back to that. So, yeah. Any announcement yet? Oh, nope. Mickey, you're so fine. You blow my mind. Oh, Mickey. Thank you very much, Simon.
Oh, Mickey, you're so fine. How we still watch last minutes?
Come on, make the announcement.
Still got 100 people watching us. Unbelievable.
And 6 likes. Drop a like, guys, because we are fucking blowing now, and we are struggling to keep you entertained.
I've got one for you. Right. So,
Sion here. I'm buzzing to sign for you. Really happy that we got it done in time because that was quite tight in the end. But yeah, looking forward to the game against Blackburn. Wish you all the best of luck and see you there.
Yeah, thanks for coming, mate, and see you later. Yeah,
right, here we go then, gents. We're gonna go through you alternatives. So we'll start with you, Jay, and then you, Omar. Okay, and whoever fails is the podcast loser. You ready? I want you to. I'm going to go through the alphabet. You're going to go through the alphabet one letter at a time, and you have to name a Millwall player.
Surname or first name? Does it matter?
Surname, first name doesn't matter as long as it's that letter. So
any error.
Surnames. We'll go surnames. Okay.
All right.
Are we clutching the straws that badly, right?
Surnames. This could be quite a thing. And if you want to get in it with the chat, then do so. So surnames, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, God, Jay, after you.
Right, Jay first. A.
Oh God! Already off the bat. Andy Marshall.
That's not a surname.
Oh, did you say surnames?
Yeah.
Oh, Femi Aziz.
Oh, you just looked at the chat and you gave the answer.
Is it
that's it. B. Omar.
Oh, Aziz. Yeah, I'm going to silence the cat. I'm going to silence the chat.
C. Jay.
C.
Yeah.
You have to do 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 in a minute.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Coburn.
Yeah, right, I'm done. I'm absolutely done. Keep going. Right, you lost. I lost that round. I lost that round. Oh,
yeah, okay, Hill. Right. Straight. D, Omar.
No, let's keep going. Yeah, keep going. D.
Don't look at. Yeah, look away from the chat. Looking away.
Looking away. D.
5,
D. My brain is gone.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Dolan.
Who?
Joe Dolan.
Dolan.
Alan Dunn. Or, Dolan.
Done. EJ.
Imaku.
F.
Fabrini.
Oh, almost baseman. Could have gone
Keep the
Fleming
pressure
then as well.
Keep the pressure
G,
on.
I mean G.
G. G.
5,
G.
4, 3, 2.
Goodman.
Yeah, didn't really read the chat, did you? Go on.
No, my chat's over on another screen.
Oh, yeah.
No one said Goodman.
H.
Henry.
Oh, Goodman.
I.
feel.
J.
Fuck. I don't know.
5,
I don't
4,
know. Wait.
3, 2.
Jensen.
New keeper. 1.
My brain's not working, mate. Announce a new fucking signing, man. I want to go to bed.
Oh, no, yeah. Announce a new signing.
Where is he? Can I go to bed yet?
I'm going now, Baylor. We're going.
Are we leaving it?
Yeah, I'm going. I'm going to hit the outro and we're gone.
I think let's end it.
Sorry, chat. We've tried, but it's not come.
It
hasn't come. It hasn't come.
Thanks, Will.
Oh, giddy up and get away. Oh, we're going Millwall and we're going today.